You are. Hi.
Hi.
Abby Camp. Abby.
Here.
Oh, I hear you. Okay, good.
Okay.
Good enough for the record. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
All right, and Ray Pohl for the record. All right. Staff, when I call your names, if you could also respond in the affirmative. We have Holly Backus,
Present.
Esmeralda Martinez.
Present.
Very good. And Terry Norton.
Present.
Hello, Terry. Okay, good evening. This meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via the Zoom app, as posted on our town's website and identifying how the public may join. Please note the meeting is being recorded and that everyone present is participating by video conference. So please be careful that people might be able to see you or hear you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast can be captured by the recording and go viral. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. Before we get to the first item on the agenda, some ground rules. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda after they conclude their remarks. I'll go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called, and also remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps Terry generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and give your name before speaking. Members who wish to engage in conversation with other members, do so through the chair and identify yourself for the record. Before I have the members speak on the application, I'll afford the public comment to those members of the public who have joined by Zoom. Anyone wishing to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken today will be done via roll call. Thank you, everyone. And Esmeralda, is the agenda pretty much in order, or can we approve it as submitted?
It is, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Good. And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I just wanted to let you know that Stephen actually is here.
Oh, very good. Okay, Stephen, can you just say aye for the record, just so we know you're here?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay. First thing up is signs. What kind of recommendations I'm assuming these went to sign committee, and if so, I'd love to get some recommendations on them.
They did, Mr. Chairman. For the first one, for 26 Easy Street, there was no vote until formal application is submitted. For number 2, 117 Orange Street.
Hang on. So I think what we're doing is we're holding number 1, right?
Correct.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion to hold number 1, 26 Easy Street.
Very good. And for all of these signs, I'm going to have Stephen as the fifth member of the board. So Diane's made a motion to hold the first one. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Number 2.
117 Orange Street, hold for representation.
Okay. Motion.
Motion to hold for representation.
Very good. Thank you. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Number 3. Actually, I can't vote on the next one. So Abby, if you can share that one. Sorry for the complexity.
Are we holding it for
Well,
representation?
no, we got to get the recommendation from Esmeralda.
Number 3, 103 Hummock Pond Road, hold for revisions.
So I
Okay,
make a motion to hold 103 Hammock Pond Road.
thanks,
for-
Diane. On Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and who else?
Carrie, you can do.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
All right, motion. And Diane was in favor. She made the motion.
I'm in favor. Aye.
There you go. Thank you, guys. Okay, now back to, how about number 4?
43 Sherburne Commons, approved with a condition to have a frame edge or edge banding.
Make a
Sounds
motion
good to me.
to approve 43 Sherburne Commons with comments.
Right, with sign advisory comments. That's
Right.
Diane's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
I'm in favor. How about 56 Pleasant Street?
A hold for revisions.
Boy, oh
Make a
boy.
motion, hold 56 Pleasant
All
Street.
right. Thanks, Diane. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay. How about Mass Audubon?
Hold for revisions.
Woo, okay.
Make a motion to hold
Okay.
for revision.
That wasn't so productive.
Well,
No,
we could have
All
just
that
said for sign
time.
advisory.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, now we're to consents. Let's see what we got. Oh, Ray Paul has to recuse.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just wanted to let the record reflect that both John McLaughlin and Jesse Dutra are here.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, thanks. John, say aye, just so that we know that you're here. John? All right, well, we got to let that one pass. How about you, Jesse?
I'm here.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, so now we're to consents. Abby, you are going to need to chair this. I need to recuse. Does anyone else?
I do. There's
Oh, that's right, Carrie. So it sounds to me like Abby, your board is going to be Diane, Val, you,
Stephen.
and Stephen. How many is that?
And Jesse.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, Stephen and Jesse. That's right. There you go.
This is for 8 win.
This is
It's
for
for the
all-
whole
consent
consent.
agenda.
Oh, okay. All right. So, would anybody like to make that motion?
I'll make
I'll
the
make
motion. Go on, Val.
a motion to approve the consents.
Thank you, Val. On your motion, Val,
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and Jesse,
Aye.
and myself as an aye.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to 2 consent with conditions.
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Yeah, I'm gonna, seeing as we have not yet heard from John, I'm going to say we're back in the rotation to Carrie. Okay, so you just made a motion, Val, right?
Yep.
That was the motion to approve consent with conditions. On that motion, Diane.
Can I just ask you where?
Oh, yeah,
My mind is a blank. Where the hell is 10 Accomack Way?
It's off
Oh.
of New Lane.
yeah,
Oh, all right. All right. It's Andy Lowell's
Oh,
father.
Yes.
Okay.
yes,
So,
yeah. You good?
Artel's family's property.
Yep.
Correct. So Diane, you're good with the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so that's consent with conditions. Now, this one, do we have Elizabeth on, first of all?
Yes, good evening, I'm here.
Hi. Now, Elizabeth, you instructed me to recuse from this, so I shall. So is there a board on this?
Yep.
Oh, because it's down under new business, but I think Abby, maybe you guys know better than I. Elizabeth, you might need to provide some help. I'm
And
gonna
we've
mute.
had to hold it like 5 times, but
Oh,
I think John McLaughlin is here.
I was on it.
And
Yeah.
Steve and Carrie,
And Val, no Val?
no Val, Stephen, Carrie, John, Diane, and
Okay.
Abby.
Well, we're pretty, we
Yes,
remember it pretty well since it's come up so many times. But you want to give a little spiel, Elizabeth?
Sure. So, I mean, there were a few comments that it looked like the spa was just plopped. So, we added, the gardens around it, some hedging. Diane had a concern, that this house is a very old house and the spa didn't fit with it. We're not touching the house. Right now, the spa is slated to go about 8 feet away from the house. If Diane, you still have a concern about the proximity, we could move it another 2 feet, make it 10 feet away from the house. There was also, some conversation about not having these things in town, and we provided one of the pages with spas and water features that you've approved in the neighborhood. Hussey Street, Orange Street. Some of them we found the images, some of them we just found the approvals and listed them. And then you asked us to stake the spa, which we did. And you can't see it from a public way. If you did the side view, I think you would concur with that. So that's the spiel.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think we all understand this unless there are some questions.
I'll go if you want.
Thank you, Diane.
Well, maybe not. I think the spa on India Street is inappropriate, whether it is allowed or we are still given a choice, and I find it on India Street in the old historic district inappropriate. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty finite. Not hard to understand that. So let's hear from John. Johnny McLaughlin.
Probably having trouble with.
I'm not seeing him.
He's not
I-
on.
I'm not seeing him on the list. Am I missing something? Anybody else?
No, I don't
just-
see it.
He just called me for tech support, but I'm in the meeting, so I couldn't follow up with him.
Okay.
I'll
What
go.
about Carrie?
I'm here. I have a really hard time with this one too. I didn't think there were any in the area that is close enough to call this neighborhood. I'm really curious about the Hussey Street one. I understand this will be invisible, but to see it in this neighborhood is really hard to conceive of. And the way it's designed and the way the house sits on the property, I really don't think that this is the end result. A little spa on the ground. I think, as Elizabeth said, these guys don't want to lose their ability to do it if it gets voted out of town meeting. And I just think with the way that house sits, the first floor level is up quite high. It's kind of an element in the garden that doesn't really make sense. If you see this photo in the middle there, I just don't see it. And I think it's a little bit incomplete. But where exactly is that Hussey Street one? Because I go by precedent in the immediate neighborhood or even in the overall neighborhood, depending on which neighborhood it is.
It's right by the academy. It's right by the academy.
by
You're going
the
to parking
Academy Hill.
there.
It's up by Academy Hill.
Mhm.
It's up by.
Yeah,
Academy
I think
Hill.
if you go up to the parking there and that you can look down, they tried to screen it with some arborvitae, unfortunately, but isn't that where it is? And you look
Yeah.
down to the parking lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there-
I'm just
one
not
was-
convinced about this one.
Okay, so we don't have John, I'm sorry to say. And I'm afraid of setting a precedence in the historic district. It's a beautiful lawn. I've been by it many times, and if this were a different place, I would be fine, but it's right in the heart of the historic town, so I'm worried about a precedence. So
Can I ask a question?
sure, yes, please.
So I'm wondering, since it is allowed to have a spa in this location, and we did everything we could to really screen it from public view. We couldn't put it sort of closer to the house and kind of tucked back there and then surrounded by gardens and then there's a lot of solid fencing. So if you cannot see it from a public way, doesn't it that, haven't we done what we're supposed to do to be able to get an approval from you at that point?
Mhm.
No, it is the
No.
HC choice to if something fits in or doesn't. We are not forced by zoning or anything else to have to do it. The point is to consider, if you considered the downtown old historic district, there aren't spas in the old historic district. This is not going out far outside. We have the ability to say no. And that's what we have done. Because one passed like this, within a half an hour, there'll be 25 more. And do you want to have the whole downtown of the old historic district covered with spas and lights? We've said no. We feel this is the best solution for India Street in the middle of the old historic district. That's what I think, and I believe that's backed up with our missions.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, Holly, go ahead.
just wanted to refer, which I know Diane has mentioned it in public meetings before, but just section 2 of the special act specifically says the purpose of this act is to promote the general welfare of the inhabitants of the town of Nantucket through the preservation and protection of historic buildings, places, districts, and historic interests through the development of an appropriate setting for these buildings, places, and districts through the benefits resulting in the economy of Nantucket developing, maintaining its vacation travel industry through the promotion of these historic associations. So just, I don't want to speak for Chairman Coombs, Commissioner Coombs, but at the end of the day, it seems about the appropriate setting is what this commission has talked about before when it comes to spas. Want to notate that for the record, as well as, yes, this is not visible, but it's not just on that as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Holly. So Elizabeth, what would you like to do? It looks like it's going to go.
Yeah, and I guess Stephen, I haven't heard from.
Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I think the portion of the act that I would refer to is section 9, I believe it's 9B, and that speaks to character and setting as opposed to 9A, which speaks to visibility. With respect to character and setting, can we go back to the 38 Pleasant Street image? You know, this, look, I know that, you know, one of our many tasks is not noise, but I think light does come into play, and certainly character and setting. But with respect to 38 Pleasant Street, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I think is, if a spa were to be approved, this, as obviously this was, and the others that are shown on this page in the OHD, that this is appropriate size and screening with respect to a sense of privacy, which frankly may not be historically correct because our historic yardscapes were wide open. But I presume that if these were available back in the day, that 38 Pleasant Street would be more of the type of spa size and privacy architectural elements that would have been in place, as opposed to some of the others we're looking at, which are, basically small pools with more open yard space. So I hope that makes it into the minutes clearly, because I think it's an important aspect of what we're discussing, along with section 9B, the character and setting. And forgive me if I've got the wrong reference, but I know it's a B. I think I would be, I need to be consistent. I've voted against these in the past, but certainly if town meeting comes around to a smaller size spa is approvable, and it's directly related to HTC decisions as it's been presented for town meeting, this is an issue we're going to be wrestling with in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. That's a really good point. There is an article coming up in April about spas and sizes and things. So, what would anybody like?
Can I?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Stephen.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Elizabeth, have they considered doing something within a small structure?
It's possible. I mean, I think we had talked about something like this initially, but it's possible. Maybe I can go back to them and discuss what the board has said. I appreciate your opinion, Stephen. I think you went a long way to maybe give us a way to get something with that point of view. So let me go back to them and see what their pleasure is.
Okay,
So
I like that better than a denial, because then that means that that's a long process. And so what am I hearing from my board?
I make a motion
to hold for revisions.
revision.
Okay, so I'll take Stevens on that, and on Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and Diane
What was this motion?
to hold for revisions,
Oh, yep.
and Carrie
Aye.
and myself as an aye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Next up is new business 3 Beaver Street. Do we have somebody to rep that?
Mr. Chair, I don't see Polly nor Linda, so I would say to hold. I think we're waiting for some as-built scans for this historic
Oh,
structure.
is this that same one? Yeah. That's
Yeah.
been like held forever and ever.
1755.
All right, well, I guess we're holding it again. Can somebody give me a motion on that?
A motion to hold the 3A Beaver Street for
Okay, thanks.
representation.
Yeah, and I guess there's no board on this, so we'll just go down the list. Val on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so that's it for 3A Beaver. Okay, we're getting to old business, and we still, I don't think, have John, correct?
No.
Correct.
I think that's correct. Okay, fortunately, what we do have is alternates that we will fill in for John on all of these applications. So first thing we want to discuss is Mark Catone's project. Mark, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. So Mark, I think what's happening now, because John's not with us, how about Stevens sits in on this?
Sure.
Okay, you're okay to proceed? So bring us up to speed. Where are we on this?
Yeah, we presented
Yeah.
this application to you previously. You approved a pool on the property to be located behind the guest house with not much concern. We then came to you with, they decided a larger pool. So we relocated it to the yard where it could be accommodated. And when we were with you before, we did not actually have a proposed fence and gate to enclose the pool courtyard. We have come forward with that now. There'll be a board fence natural to weather, a 4-foot height with vegetation on both the front and the back side. And that will return back to the building with a gate. So there's no gap to be able to view the pool from further down Kapam. We also pushed the pool further away from the road from what we had previously proposed towards the main structure. So we've made some efforts to screen it from the road and pull it inboard a bit on the property.
All right. Thank you. Holly, do you have?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay.
So
go ahead.
just to remind the commission, the main dwelling on this lot is the circa 1902 Kimball House Ballroom. Obviously originally associated with 14, 12, and 10 Lincoln Ave. HSAB did take a look at this on January 10th, this revision. And they said that this location for the pool is too close to the street. It should be placed behind the guest house where it will be better screened. Where will the pool equipment be? And then obviously HSAB does respectfully request any revisions if the commission is so inclined. I just want to notate with the revision in this gate and fence proposed at 48 inches tall. I'm not sure if that is sufficient for visibility from that driveway off of Kapam Road, but that was something I'd like to bring to your attention. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members.
Yeah.
I'll
I'll go if you want. Sure.
Sure,
I
yeah,
think-
go ahead.
I think the
Sorry.
pool should be switched to go from east to west, not from, or opposite, north and south. It's not there. The house is, this is a member of 3 different parts of this house, which I believe goes into the early 1900s. Is that not right?
Yeah, we renovated this home back in 08, 09, I believe, originally.
So I think the pool should be turned and put up and down along the deck coming out of the main house, so you can't see it. The guest house shows it, and natural thing, if you put a fence around it down there, it's going to be visible. And it is on the edge of the old Stark district. It's on Lincoln Ave, which is an old thing, and the house that's being proposed at is one of our oldest houses up there. So I would switch it up and down and put it in for the pool not being seen, not for the use of the people in general.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Abby, well, so, gosh, I went up there to look at something else we were supposed to be looking at, and I saw what happened next door, and geez Louise.
Yeah.
Careful there. Careful.
I'm really, so in the past, having a pool on a road with, you know, privet and then a fence to hide it is creating a streetscape that is not what Capon Pond Road was before. It's just a dirt road, and now so it's becoming sort of inappropriate to me. I was okay with it between the guest house and the existing main house. But to put it on the road, I wouldn't be in favor of that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val?
I agree with Abby and Diane. And it, you know, it does look like it would fit in between the structures again. You might have to do something different with your landscaping, but I would concur.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah,
You're gonna have to
I think
say
if
the
you
same
just
thing.
rotated that on its axes and bring some of the vegetation that's on Kapam away from the edge of the street, you're going to have the depth to do that. I just think it'll be more appropriate. But on the other hand, Louise did open the barn door, so. That's the Louise of Geez Louise.
Geez Louise,
Oh,
yes,
oh,
I
oh,
got
oh.
the reference. I got it.
Okay.
I knew you
Very
did, but
obs-
Ray looked a little befuddled.
Very obscure.
I didn't get it.
Keep up.
Stephen, I always look befuddled. So like,
No,
don't
you do
use
not,
that as
Mr.
like a
Chair.
metric.
That wasn't a slight.
Okay. All right. Hey, Mark,
Yeah,
I think you're getting the message, right?
I think so, but I guess I would just to confirm, if we did rotate it, generally keep it in that vicinity, but obviously by a rotation, it'll be further inboard from Kapam again. The commissioners are open to that.
But I'm not sure.
Diane's suggestion, which I think was a rotation, which Steve also, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was.
Well, but a rotation that would allow you to push in between the buildings, but maybe we should get clearer on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Diane, can you elaborate on your concern?
I said, turn it and put it between the guest house and the main house, both
Okay.
of which protected from
Okay.
view.
And
I
that
don't
would-
mean push it
Okay.
up following the same size, turn it.
Right.
And
Okay.
just for clarity, I'm okay with a rotation, just rotating it towards the house and moving it a little bit more towards the house. Without
Two different opinions,
pushing it
yeah.
in between, the two.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. And just to Mark, so you know where I am on this, I really would prefer to have this guy tucked between the guest house and the main house.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's kind of where we are.
I'll make a motion for revisions if you'd like.
That's a perfect motion, I believe.
I just want to make a good point about moving that is that there'll be less hardscaping as well, which would be
Less
great.
hardscaping by the road, correct, yes. Yeah, definitely. Okay.
So my motion is to hold for revisions.
Sounds good. Thank
And
you, Abby.
HSAB, Mr. Chair.
What's that? Oh, yeah, let's send her back to
Thank you.
HSAB if we could. Okay, is that good, Abby?
Yes.
Thank you. On Abby's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Abby on your motion,
I
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay, now do we have Andrew here?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
per their request, they would like to hold this till Thursday.
Okay, fair enough. We do have a board on this. So can somebody give me a motion to hold until Thursday?
Motion to hold till Thursday.
All right, so that's Val. And I'm not going to bias this by pulling in an alternate just at the moment, but so I'm just going to go with a 4-person board. So on Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that carries. Let's go into Thursday. Okay, now we got 22 Easton.
Oops. Good evening.
Hi,
Oh, good evening.
how's it going?
Fantastic.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Just kidding. I'm sure I've seen you since New Year. So you have everybody. Oh, you're down to a 4-person board,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at your pool and hardscape revisions. Abby, Diane, Carrie, and myself.
And good evening, everyone.
Are you nervous?
Oh, very, very, very
She's
nervous.
very nervous.
Been a long build-up, so.
I'm befuddled and you're nervous.
So per the comments and recommendation of the board, we did what you asked us for. We got rid of the pool altogether. We turn it into spa, which is tucked in directly between 2 buildings and would be fully screened by the structures. And just expand the like a lounge patios within the inner part for the just for the gathering for the family at the ground level. So we brought the entire landscape to the ground level brought everything down and just surrounded like a beautiful garden with the spa slash water element in the yard. So that would be, I think that would be to the design of the spa slash, revised pool. The rest was, the boardwalk remain. I pushed the elevated part as closest to the studio structure. So all of the boardwalk is at the grade till it hit the middle area where we start to be raising up and try to transition in a more friendly way to the higher level. And the rest of the landscape is all at grade and fully green, and and I don't want to screen the front elevation of the house because the
Right.
point of the HDC was to make sure we see the front door, but I really want to make inner garden, courtyard garden as a private green sanctuary tucked away from the public view.
Okay. Great. Just out of curiosity, so when you reduced it from a quote pool to a quote spa, what was the dimensional change? You went from what to what?
So initially the pool was proposed as a 15 by 28, I want to say.
So much bigger.
Oh, absolutely. This is
Much
like a
bigger.
3 times, the pool was
Okay,
3 times
yeah,
bigger than
that
this.
was my
Thank you.
recollection. Mirka, thank you. And so now let's hear what Holly has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as everybody is aware, this is an infill lot within the old historic district. There was a previous home on this lot. And HSAB did take a look at this on January 10th. They said that the granite apron has no precedent in the Brant Point area and should be changed to brick to ensure ADA access across the sidewalk. I will notate that this has been something that's been said by HSAB as well as staff. The apron should be reduced in width to 11 or 12 feet instead of 19 feet. The rectangular stone pavers are too formal and should change to irregular stepping stones or boardwalk. And should the commission request revisions, they have respectfully requested to see those. I did want to also notate, again, the granite steps are not appropriate, should be brick or Belgian block to be consistent with the neighborhood. Appreciate the change in elevation and size and location of this water feature, now a spa. Thank you very much. And I did want to notate that it is completely blocked on both sides from both the harbor as well as the street. But again, those that granite really needs to change to be reflective of the neighborhood. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, board again, Abby, Diane, Carrie, and myself. Who would care to begin on this?
I can say a few things, but.
Say them then.
Well,
That's what we're here for.
Well, so I'm having a problem with these squared off designs. And this is pretty much, even though it's not called the historic district, this is a pretty historic area. And I think it has to be appropriate to the other houses that are around. So everything else is more, is it amorphic? What does it mean when it's sort of naturally?
Well, amorphous is, we know what you mean, like less formal.
Right,
less
so
rigid.
these, right, and these granite steps coming up in squares are just, I can't think of one thing that is like that on Easton Street. What is the sidewalk material on Easton Street, Mirka? Is it brick there?
Brick, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I think I agree with HSAB about that. I mean, that's the first thing you're gonna see. So, and then coming down, then there's another, like a long line going up to the front door, and that's squared off and linear. I'd like to see something more amorphic, and I'm not there are 2 stoned off patios. A spa that's 10 by 15 is really not a spa for me in my book, but that's like too large. And so I'm really just concerned about the Easton Street approach, and I don't think there's anything on the other side. So that's what I have, America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Diane, did I hear you there?
Yep, I'll go.
Okay,
Abby and the eighth and house have are both right. It should, the steps should be not, they should be bluestone made and to be put in as if they were put in. You look at it, it looks like it is a bunch of squares. There's no filling in or rounding the corners or everything else. It's a block, 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 block. I think that the spa is 12 by 16. If it is truly a spa, it should be smaller and put up to where it says lounge. I guess it says that lounge patio. They're all patios. Why can't they all flow together? Why do they all have to be cut off? Square entertainment patio, lounge patio. This is down by the harbor. This has gotten ridiculous. What are those squares over by the entertainment patio? What are they supposed to be? Yes, those. What are those?
Stepping stones, I think.
Those, yeah, if Holly or Esmeralda can move to the side. It's again, we have to understand we are 5 feet above the ground. So this is yes, that was the perfect picture, if you don't mind to bring that. So the series of the stones stuck on top of each other. So we don't need the railing. They're stuck up with the landing between. So it's
but you can have a fence up there. You can burn this stuff down.
Unfortunately, I can't, Diane. We cannot change the grade because we are in a flood zone. We have to respect.
Don't need, I'm saying don't change the grade.
No.
You can make it burn down and have stepping stones coming down instead of a flight of whatever they are coming down. So it's a staircase. Make it stepping stones. You've got a lovely flowing of land. Have them set in. You don't need to have stairs coming down a 4-foot fall in land. Make it more natural. You've taken all the naturalness out and made it.
Okay. I think I need to, I'm Diane, I think America is going to need to explain a little bit here. I think that she is using the stepping stones to create a less formal way to do the transition from the flat grade that they can't change. Is that right, Mirka?
That's correct.
You cannot change the grade. You can't berm up. You can't do any of that because the Concom won't let you. So it's not like that she's doing this grade change. This is simply to get from the flat grade that exists up to the house. That's, I'm just saying.
Bluestone in and make it go into the dirt instead of having a formal staircase.
Okay. I think the deception on the picture is that it's showing the steps set into a sloping thing. And I don't think you're doing that, right, Mirka?
No, and this is,
no.
And if I just would like to point on the lower picture where you have a bluestone risers just stuck on top of each other, which are surrounded by planters and garden to hug these risers. So it looks like it's graded landform, but it's actually not. It's just the garden bringing up against the top of the deck. But it's really just a set stones on top of each other, create very natural transitioning to the upper landings, which are 5 feet above the finish grade. Okay. So I thought this was as natural, less dramatic approach, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. So Diane, back to you. I just wanted to sort of interject that like she's actually not allowed, and boy, I wish that she could, and I wish that all the people that are doing work down there could change the grade so that things were more sort of grounded, but the Concom will not allow that.
Okay, well, that's so not what I was asking.
Yeah, okay.
I was asking her to put the stones that are acting as steps into the berm or into the flow of the land. So it comes down naturally. You don't have to have a set of formal stairs going up whatever it is, 5 feet from one to the other. I am asking just to get rid of the formality and use bluestone or whatever as loose plaques going into the dirt, and that would make just as good a staircase, but it would be a lot less obvious and more natural.
Okay. So I think if I were to broker, there's sort of a different use of the word formality. Diane's using the word formality in a slightly different way that Andrew and you are using formality, where these stacked stones like this, cut granite stuff, actually kind of have a formal look, even though they're organic, they're still kind of formal. So I think that you just have to take Diane's comments for what they are in terms of formality, given what we're talking about here. Diane, anything else before I move to Carrie?
No, somebody
Okay.
else.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, well, I agree with the others. I have a question though. The wooden boardwalk, it seems like bringing it all the way to the street is not really appropriate because I think this part of the property, the front half of that walk, is the part where we want to see open and not privatize the whole property from the car parking back. Because that's what we were hoping with the architecture, that we could see it, that we could, experience this whole site the way we experience the rest of Easton, which is very open. And this to me, I think you're creating almost too much privacy from the car parking back with all the planting. And then the boardwalk sets you up for a very linear and formal or contemporary hard surfaces versus organic surfaces, which we usually see down there. We often see raised houses that just have board surrounds and wooden steps coming down. And so this is a whole new vernacular that's happening in the landscape that's not really down there, which is hard to grasp. It creates a real contemporary feeling in this old neighborhood. I appreciate that you went to a spa. Technically, we're not in the historic district as far as I know at the moment.
We're not.
I was really against a pool, and just because there's no pools in that neighborhood. Spa, it's very well hidden. I just hope the landscaping becomes more organic and sort of typical of what we would see in this very historic, very important neighborhood, and let us still see half of the property. The garage and the guest house, we've worked to get them to be very approachable and more typical of the area. And I don't want to all of a sudden see too much privacy on that side of the property. And the boardwalk, I'm not sure, it's also stepping up, but what's the grade doing around where the actual words wooden boardwalk are? That's going up 3 or 4 steps. And then are you going up to the studio from there? It's a little bit confusing as to what kind of layering we'll see from grade up to the house. I understand you're trying to be very sensitive and go gradually, but I don't know if that's very traditional in this neighborhood. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify for the record, this is in the 1955 original Old Historic District.
It is.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
okay.
It seems so far out there.
Yeah. Great, thanks. So Mirka, there's a lot about this that I actually like. And I also think that a a lot of the stuff that's controversial, you know, the hard edge terraces and so forth are not going to be visible. To Carrie's point, I do like the idea of having some openness to Easton Street, like over by where the parking is, albeit like screening the parking is something that I think everybody would be in favor of. But so if in fact the privacy barrier is on the south side of the parking, which would be on the left-hand side of this, the parking. The boardwalk thing is interesting because it seems contemporary, and I think in a lot of ways it is, but one of my favorite houses is the house up on Lincoln Circle that I believe Matt McEachern is doing some revisions to. It's the massive gambrel. I think the number is 8. The old DeMarco house that recently changed hands. And one of the things I really loved about that house was they had a boardwalk. They had a privet hedge and a gate. And right on inside the gate, they had this boardwalk that was flush with the grass and it went straight up to the house. And it was fantastic. So I'm kind of seeing that here. So I'm okay with it. Although the fact that it transgresses where the gate is, I think is kind of like, well, maybe it's overstaying its welcome, that maybe it should start at the gate and work back from there. The other thing is I agree with everyone, including HSAB, on the idea of having those granite stones sort of laid in a brick bond pattern as your apron is not appropriate for Easton Street at all. I'm not even sure that the DPW would allow you to put that stuff on their town property. So you might want to reconsider that, because I think that was unanimous with the board. But aside from that, I think that, you know, this is, it's a little different than the rest of the landscapes on Easton Street, but I'm okay with it because I can sort of see what the intention is. Okay, so can we have a motion to
Motion to hold for revisions.
And can we send it to HSAB again to have them review?
Please.
Okay, thanks, Abby. On Abby's motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
All right, Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mirka. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Joe, do we have Joe?
We do.
All right, fantastic. Looking very, very suave in your sweater.
Looks like I don't have my heat on.
Hmm?
I said, it looks like I don't have my heat on, which isn't true.
No, it looks like you're hosting a talk show or something. It's really cool. Okay, so your board here is me, Diane, Val, Stephen, Carrie, you got everybody. You can go move forward.
Great. It's been a little while since you've seen this, just I think due to schedule and lack of quorum and so forth. So just a quick refresher. There are 2 parts of the application. One is at the bottom of the page, which is a patio, which we had previously shown as a rigid, gridded bluestone patio, but it's actually intended to be more of a natural stone with moss between the stones. So that's what's represented here. That was a direct request from the board. The other part of the application is this parking area here, which is a brick parking area that previously we didn't have any plants around it. So we're showing some vegetation, and we also shrunk it a little bit and moved it a little bit closer to town. And that's the only change on that. There is a photograph that I thought might be useful to share. Before I share my screen, can you go back to that image just for a second, Holly? Sorry. Well, actually, I have this PDF up on my screen, but just off the upper right-hand corner of our paved or bricked area there, you can see there's a fence heading to the north. That's on the adjacent property there. That's just for reference. Let me share with you my screen for a second, if you don't mind. this is directly where the parking area is going. So that fence, this house here is across the street and our parking area is going in here. You can see that the sidewalk is elevated above where my client's yard is. And next door to us, they actually have an their parking area is kind of up and they've got this fence is along it. So what we're doing essentially is matching that height, and our parking area goes back just as far as their parking area goes. And they have an abrupt transition from the parking area down to their lawn, which is kind of here in the back. And we're planning on rolling ours down so that the grade that runs along the street kind of rolls down into the yard. It'll wrap around this and then roll back down to natural grade so that we don't have this exposure of that piece on our client's property. So I think there was some challenge in understanding how all that was going to work. It's not much of a grade change, and the intention is that this will feel naturally placed in there. And then we're going to have some steps coming down to our lawn area so that our client can walk across the lawn to the house. Because that's the one thing they really love about this property is that sequence of walking back from town to their front door. And that's it. Done sharing.
Okay, Joseph, thank you. Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So again, this is a circa 1930s, 1920s, 30s-ish structure that's actually individually significant based on our HDC survey. HSAB did take a look at this on January 10th. They said that they're okay with the proposed patio. Creating an elevated and retaining double parking space so close to Main Street is not appropriate, especially putting this next to an existing 4-car parking area. It will make Union Street look like a parking lot. Parking is already provided at the front of the property, or the back of the property actually. So this seems unnecessary. If there must be additional parking, then a narrow driveway with 2 stacked parking spaces that follows the downward slope would be more appropriate than what is proposed. And HTAB respectfully requests any revisions. I did also want to mention that there still is a lot of parking along this section of Union Street, so I concur with HTAB. Then additional plantings around that particular parking area with retainage and the stop is better. So I do appreciate that. Fieldstone with the grass moss in between is more appropriate and more organic as requested by the commission. So thank you. I would just wanted to mention about the kind of formality of the shape of the of that area. I don't know, almost like a key in a way. Maybe bring it up, make it more organic. Planting plan was previously requested, and I think it was previously mentioned at the last meeting, Joe, that a planting plan is coming soon. I see this here on the screen, but none of the plantings are actually identified. So I was curious on what actually is being proposed as far as the type. I didn't see that. So those are the comments for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll go.
All right, Diane, go ahead.
This piece of land and Union Street was one of the most beautiful yards around. And the people next door at 8 do have a parking space, but their house is not formal and it's sort of fit in. I think it's not appropriate to have that corner up there. They have parking and everything else down at Coffin Street out of the view of people going down Union Street. I am sort of startled that they cut trees down from the size of the trees there. It's very sad because the planting at this place was remarkable and people always remarked about it. Why they would cut down without something already approved, I don't know. But I think the parking should stay where it is at the garage on Coffin Street. He can have a walk coming off Union Street, a nice typical walk coming in and down to his house. To put a square for 2 cars up in that corner is not what fits in well with Union Street. And why he would have a circle of corner down by next to the house, make it an uneven place. Why make it a circle when you have a whole huge lawn to do good stuff with, nice, to make a definite circle? I think that's what I think. I think the cars should not be allowed, and they have it already, and the destruction of the planting up there is sad. It anybody who's lived here for any length of time will tell you it was quite a magnificent place, but it's not appropriate for 2 cars in a brick square up there, to me. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Val?
Can I say one thing, Ray?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be brief, sorry. Just a reminder, this, by the way, this whole thing was overgrown, and most of those trees along there were being choked by ivy, and that fence was being consumed by vegetation. So I don't deny that it felt like a park in there if you could peek through and see it, but then this will get planted out over time. So I'm hoping that, Diane, that you'll be just as pleased with the final product once they're done with it, because it was neglected to some degree. And I just wanted to remind you that it is a subdividable lot, and there's the parking that's provided is in a garage that is actually on a separate parcel. But they do park at the end of Coffin Street down there in a public, basically it's at the end of that public road. You can see that the house, that the property line hits the corner of their house down there. And this along Union Street could be subdivided into 2 lots, and our client isn't planning on subdividing it, but the rest of Union Street has that sort of density here. So I think that what we're doing is maintaining the pastoral feel of this so close to town. And I think we'd be fine with 1 parking space over there and keep the southern edge of the parking and create more of a landscape buffer between this and 8. But I think having a driveway go in and enter the property 2 cars deep, to me, feels more unnatural than this corner being manipulated. So I just wanted to say that before everybody
Joe.
weighs in.
Joe?
Yes.
I want to make sure I heard what you just said. Did you basically say that they would accept a 1-car parking?
Our client, he would like parking in that corner, and ideally would have 2, but if he could get 1 car there, I mean, it's very difficult to actually give directions to this house because it's 10 Union Street, but you can't park along this entire stretch of Union Street.
I just wanted to make sure I heard what you said. Okay.
Yeah.
You can park on that.
Thank you.
Well, there's no town parking along this entire length.
Yeah, right. Okay. So hang on, guys. Diane, have you finished?
Yep. Yeah, I
Okay.
have.
Thank you. I thought so. Okay, Val.
I actually thought that this was a good location because it's completely away from the house and still gives the house the prominence that it should. I know it's next to a large brick parking, so I like the idea of reducing this to maybe 1 car and beefing up some buffer, visual buffer between the 2. I think to give it autonomy instead of making it feel like it's part of a larger parking lot. If somebody's mystified as to how to get to this house, maybe there should be a gate on the sidewalk and some kind of path in from the street to help with that confusion. And I think I know what Diane's saying. The very formal, it looks like a test tube shape or vase is rather an anomaly. and to make it more organic, like a lot of the older buildings had in their backyard, you know, kind of natural, I think is a better way to go. I do have concern about seeing this patio from the street. Just because I think it will detract from the house, but that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Val. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we scroll, take it out one click? Okay, cool. So largely, I agree with Ms. Oliver's comments. I would not be adverse to a 2 deep parking, 1 width stacked up in that corner. I do think beefing up the buffer between the neighbor's existing parking and this proposed is appropriate. I'll just very quickly mention, you know, these newfangled cars, they're everywhere. They're going to be, you know, there's no way to get around it. We're going to be approving these things left and right. The other comments about the patio and the gate, I think are very appropriate, including some type of a stone step down to pick up the vocabulary from the parking area. And with respect to visibility of the patio, I don't mind it so much. I think, you know, depending on the stone material selection, which we'd want to review, it could be a nice touch, as long as it has, it's not a beaker, you know, from the chemistry lab kind of a look.
That's called an Erlenmeyer flask.
Ah, Erlenmeyer. So
That is.
So those are my comments,
Okay.
and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
I agree with the others about the patio, but I think with the natural cut stone, it won't be a full circle like that. I think that's hopefully just the way it's represented, but the general layout of the patio seems fine. But the parking, I agree. I think last time I said that should be stacked, and if it is stacked, it shouldn't all be one long brick driveway. The double brick driveway is sort of a function of the houses that are tightly packed, and that's the space on the street that they have to use for parking. And traditionally, that's how the side by side works in town. So 1 is ideal, and if there were to be stacked, I would say an apron and then stone or shell or something to continue to the next one if there are 2 cars stacked. That's
Okay.
it.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Joe, I'm not the one you need to accommodate here. So I think if you can take care of some of the comments that have been made by the other members, I'm going to be okay with it. So can we have a motion to hold for
Make a
revision?
motion to hold for revision.
There you go. And can we send it back to HSAB? I believe they had asked us to do so.
Yes, and send it back
Good.
to HSAB.
All right. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor as well. Thank you, Joseph. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Family Ties 11 Alliance. Do we have somebody from Atlantic here?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, hi. Okay, so listen, you are missing John, as you may know, so I'm going to pull in Jesse. Poor guy has had very little to say this evening. Jesse, are you still with us?
I am. Yes, I am.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so your board is myself, Diane, Abby, Carrie, and Jesse. Okay.
All right.
Let's go.
Well, I think from the last meeting, the main request, I think everyone kind of understood from our renderings that the visibility, we were going to heavily screen it, everything. And I think the main thing that people wanted to see was just that cross section of, going all the way from the street to the pool level so that they could understand, how all the grades worked. And as you can see, the pool's actually, lower than the road. Obviously the tennis courts, sunken down as well. And then we have a whole lot of vegetation between the road and the tennis court and the pool area. So we were just doing as the board requested.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. Who would like to begin? Oh, come on, don't all shout at
I'll
once.
go. I think this satisfies me to show how it's stepping down and it's pretty far into the property. I'm okay with this.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Abby, you ready?
Sure. I was wondering, I see that it's a sort of a funny, I don't know what that kind of square is called. It's called something. I remember it from geometry, but when you're
Which square?
the sort of diamond shape, it's called something. Remember?
Void. Rhomboid.
Yeah, something.
Oh, that. Well, that's actually a parallelogram.
Yeah, that's it.
And if the sides weren't equal or the angles weren't equal, then it would be a rhombus.
Well, thank you for that. God, brings back memories. Ugh.
Yeah, frightening memories. Okay.
Well, from Alliance, so on that angled line, that rhomboid line, can you see the terracing of the side of that tennis court at all, or is that?
Yeah, those are the views, so you wouldn't see any of it.
Which one shows?
So you would look at number 2, the view from Alliance Lane.
Okay. Yeah, I was out there, Lindsay, and I was looking at, the castle on the hill one.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
One side of that is horrendous. So I just wanted to make sure when I said okay to this,
yeah.
that I was absolutely sure. So thank you for clarifying that.
No problem.
Okay.
Is that it, Abby? Okay.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Thanks for checking that out, because yeah, you're right. Diane.
Excuse me. I guess it's a good fitting in of everything. I can't see that it's got any major road that would make it, except Douglas Way, it would make it visible. I don't mind the pool. I think it drops down. The only thing is the stonework somewhere. Quick, that picture, the stone wall and pool detail. Is the dark gray part of the pool? What's that dark gray that butts up to the little stone wall? What's that? Yeah.
So that's just the coping, and the stone is going to be like a darker color, more natural color granite.
Okay, that's just the coping. What, going around the?
Yeah, it goes around the top of the pool. But again, I think all of that's not even visible from any, because it's below the road, and our intent to it'll be heavily screened.
Alliance Lane is a funny road up and down.
Oh yeah.
So it's good. I think that it fits in well, and I don't think you'll be able to see it. And what size is the pool?
It's an 18 by 40.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at the moment, I think it will be okay.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Jesse.
Can I take a look at those cross sections again? And the subterranean tennis court, that is where the hedge is?
Yeah, so there's a hedge up top, and then there's also a hedge and screening down low. Because like essentially what we're doing is we're playing with the existing grades. So it's kind of tucking into the side of the hill, which is already existing.
So, and what's the plant material for the hedge?
So up top, we were going to do a privet hedge, but down low, we've got a privet hedge. But as you can see from the renderings, we got a ton of evergreens going in there. Because the whole idea is to screen it from all different angles. So if you could go back to the rendering section, the page above it. No, one down. Yep, there you go. So our goal is to really heavily screen out that area. Yeah, right in there with vegetation. We're going to do a mix of like Japanese cedars, Norway spruces, and Eastern red cedars.
Do you have a height on this?
Well, I was going to go with 10 to 12s is
Okay.
what we typically kind of start with.
Okay. And then if we could go back to the site plan. Are we approving everything on this design, or is just the tennis court and pool?
Yeah, I think it's everything.
It's the landscape package, Jesse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the height of the walls by the garage, what I can't see the top and bottom of those with my screen. What are the height of those walls?
So it's 2.5, it's 30 inches. And so those are really just kind of handled like, so that house kind of sits on a hill. So we're trying to do it in a way that we want to keep it natural. So it kind of blends in with everything. So like that light green shade is going to be planted seagrasses. So it's just kind of like all natural. So we kept the walls to a minimum to try and, play with it.
Are they retaining, or are they double sheet?
They're retaining. Yep. So it's retaining the upper grade. So the grade, the top level grade is 28, and then it's at 25, and then from there we're going to slope it right down and plant it with seagrasses. So it looks like almost like a bermed up dune of grasses.
And then the material on the wall
is going to be the material that you see in one of those photos. It's like a Connecticut stacked field stone. Like if you could go to that image where it showed the yeah.
There you
so
go.
you see that
Right?
wall right there for more of a natural kind of look. The goal is like, I don't think you'll really see the walls just because we're going to have planted grasses in front of them. And the goal is so that like this thing kind of looks like it's not going to be super tons of plantings. If anything, it's mainly trees and then grasses, and then the hedge around for the pool. And that's just really to kind of like, prevent people from going down.
Let's hear from Jesse. Yeah.
Can I go back to the site plan, please? Thank you. I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't seem like you'll see those walls from the road, and they have a purpose. The stone cap is not necessarily ideal, but I understand that you want to keep the continuity with the rest of the design. So I guess I'm okay with that. And as for the pool in the backyard setting behind the tennis court, I don't think you'll ever see that, so I'm not concerned. And I would just maybe stipulate, some 10 to 12 foot evergreens to make sure that we have adequate screening of the tennis court from the road.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Jesse.
Mr. Chair, could you come back to me?
Of course. Go.
Thank you. I've been concentrating on the visibility of the tennis court and the pool, and I have a new pet peeve, and that is driveways that open up to like a parking lot for, our, Cumbies. So
Wait, what do you mean by that?
I'm saying that
Yeah.
if you look how many cars are going to be parked there,
Yeah.
and you look at the opening of the driveway, there's nothing to screen that.
Oh, so you're
super
hoping to
large.
get the parking area more screened from Alliance. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and smaller. I mean, this, one of the, it seems to be happening. We seem to be concentrating on the pools and screening all these things, and we're forgetting about these driveways, and they're popping up everywhere in these car parks. They're becoming, a thing. I don't know how to put it, but is if you drive now, so if you drive down Alliance, this is the driveway coming off Alliance, correct?
Right.
Right. So, yes, Lindsay, is that
I
right?
think it's pretty close to the same location. I think it shifts a little bit, but it's fairly close. The house is obviously in a different spot.
You mean the access in is pretty close to the current one?
Yeah, I think so. I don't quote me on that, but I think it's close.
I just did. I quoted you. Go on, Abby.
But yeah, I mean,
I don't know if I've made myself clear. I'm saying that the parking lot is too big. You're going to have cars in front. You're not going to see the house. It's going to be car park.
Okay.
And that isn't Nantucket.
Can I just say one thing?
Oh gosh, yeah, but I mean, I think we're batting this one back and forth, and
okay, no,
but we haven't even talked about the material of or the screening of it. If it's going to be that big, thing on this application, we're not even looking at it. So
what's the material?
I believe we have it down as gravel.
Okay, there's the answer to one thing.
Right.
But if you look at it, I mean, like most driveways have like a really long driveway. This driveway is kind of like, because of the way the wetlands are, it kind of gets tucked in. You
have it down as shell.
Shell. Sorry, shell. It's kind of like tucked into the road, and also we don't want to completely screen the driveway because we want to make sure we have visibility to get in and out of the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
But we could add some screening where you see the truck kind of closest to the road. We could add some more screening there to kind of hide that parking area there. Would that help?
Absolutely. And what is the apron?
Belgian block.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so and the road there is tarred.
It's
I guess.
asphalt.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
okay, so Belgian block and then to shell. Okay. I wish I would prefer the out there. I think it's more. I don't know. I've said what I had to say.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't object to putting more screening between Alliance and the truck there. I think that's understanding, of course, that it will need to be relatively low so that people pulling in and out will be able to see whether there's cars coming in either direction.
Did we do that through staff?
I'm sure we can. So does somebody want to make a motion on this that would wrap that sort of thing into it?
Motion to approve with 10 to 12 foot evergreens, properly screening the tennis court and adding more evergreens to the, now I got to get my bearings here. What's that side of the driveway?
East side.
North side of the driveway?
No, east.
Is it northeast? Okay.
Well, yeah, northeast. Okay.
Yeah.
Between the parking area and the road.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to be clear for the record and for the minutes, I don't believe Jesse is requesting 10 to 12 foot high vegetation there, just vegetation in that area to screen the cars, sufficient to screen the cars.
Yeah.
Is that
that's
right,
fine.
Jesse? Yeah.
Correct.
All right, so that's Jesse's motion, and that would be through staff, of course. So on that motion, Abby,
I'm gonna be a no.
okay, Diane? Diane, you there?
There I
Carrie?
am.
Oh, there she
I
is.
am also a no.
Okay, Carrie?
I'm an aye.
All right, let's see, Abby, Diane, Jesse on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna move along to the dwelling itself. And it will be the same board because we had the same issue, so we might as well keep a consistent board. So Jesse, if you don't mind sitting in on this, that would be good.
Yeah. No problem.
Do we have anybody here to rep?
Good evening.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thanks.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How are
Good.
you?
Thanks for taking the time, Ray. Are you still on vacation?
I hate this vacation stuff. It's driving me crazy.
It could be worse.
When I do the HDC, I feel grounded and like a human being again.
I'd trade spots with you if I could. But
what?
I'd trade spots with you if I could. But.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you got?
Yeah, for just quick presentation of the changes, we had fairly minor comments previously. Most of them were related to glazing changes or potential glazing changes and updating the front door in particular. We had a double front door previously, which was not viewed as very appropriate. We've changed that front door to a 4-light window to panel below with more in keeping side lights. One comment in particular from Diane was we had a lot of mulled windows and kind of somewhat, one of the comments was they were somewhat chaotic. So what we've done is a series of changes to maybe like 50% of our glazing to just break the windows apart, reduce the volume of windows, and also just kind of
you said it wouldn't fit.
make the windows more regular. So rather than having, say, like 4 different styles on an elevation, we've changed it to 1 or 2 styles or sizes so that they're just more regular. So those are all clouded. You can see those on your screen right now, clouded in orange. All the elevations of the previous are below, and the model shows that as well earlier in our presentation. That was the bulk of our changes and the bulk of the comments that were made. So that's where we're at right now. And just quick reminder, this is all natural to weather everything. Rubble foundation in a lot of locations. Lindsay mentioned in the previous application that material is going to match the retaining walls that he mentioned previously. So you've seen that image. And it's also black windows for reference. And other than that, that's the changes we've made at this time. So.
Okay, thank you.
Ray, could you, through you, what is the color of the trim?
It's natural.
Natural.
Natural with black sash?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to start, Abby, or?
I can take I don't know. I'm losing my words. I'm just too much.
Well, you could take a swing at it, or you
swing
could
at it. Thank you.
at it, but both of those things are pejorative. So you can give it a try.
Could I look at the? Could I look at the front, please? Oh gosh. Okay. Thank you for giving us just one door for the front door, and I appreciate the windows being sort of less chaotic. It still looks to me like two different styles, like one on one side sort of really holds together, and then you have this other building, I guess because of the hip roof, I don't know.
That's exactly what it is, Abby.
Okay, so that, I wish that related back to the other side. I think the cut-in with the French door is interesting on the left there on the second floor, but a bit distracting. And I don't think the side lights are really appropriate. Let's see, I don't have an idea unless they were paneled at the bottom like the door, and then you just had 2 lights above for side lights. Then could we go to the side where the tennis courts are? So yeah, right. So it's impressive amount of stone. What is the height of this building at the top?
29 to the highest ridge.
29, yeah.
29 off the high, excuse me for interrupting, but 29 off the high grade?
Off the base grade of 28. So the first floor you see there is at 29 feet, and the base grade's 28. And it falls off the right-hand side where the stone is that you're seeing in the elevation that you're looking at is where the site falls off towards the pool. So when you were looking at those sections previously, that's all of the area that cannot really be seen. It's all falling off towards the wetlands.
All right, okay, thanks. Does that answer your question, Abby?
Yeah, it definitely does. And I kind of wish that when we're building on top of hills, and we are on one of the hills here, it's just lower than the tippy top around the neighborhood. I think 29 is a reach. You know, you're gonna see the water. You don't have to like see Hyannis. So I wouldn't mind this structure coming down. On the back, I don't know what to say about the back. Sorry, it looks like the back of a country club. So could we go to another side, please? Yeah, okay, so here we go. There's that inset again. Yeah, I'd like to hear somebody else go at this.
Okay.
Thank you, Ray.
That's fine. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I appreciate your changing of many of the windows. I think the front door should have the 2 lights in the bottom of the side lights be paneled, which is typical to what we use now. I was under the impression that out in this area, we tried more for 25 to 26 feet as a height. The full height, which you are allowed on one side going down to the basement, is how tall, is how much? You know
From
that?
on the hip roof area, looking to the west, is that what you're referring to, Diane?
Yeah, is it the west? It's not either one of these, that one. What is the height all the way down the chimney? How high is the chimney?
The chimney from that point would be like 36 feet from the bottom.
Right, I've lost.
Where the grade falls off.
Yeah, I lost that. I thought that you're allowed one elevation with that drop off, but I thought we were trying to keep it between 25 and 26 feet. But I appreciate what you've done. I would, you don't have any corbelling in the chimney. I think the top should be corbelled, and are you not having a fireplace in any of those floors you go through? Should it not be corbelled up a little higher, up by the first floor?
Can we see an elevation that would reflect that? Let's see, this is the north, so we would go.
It would be the west.
West?
Yes, there you go.
Oh, you know, it's funny, Diane.
Yeah.
I mean, what he's actually doing here, I think, is he's concealing like the width of the chimney firebox in that mass that's kind of moving over. So all you're seeing is a chimney, like, you know,
Right.
straight.
But I thought usually on the first floor you had a fireplace, and therefore you would have corbelling and widening it enough to
Well,
take the
yeah,
fireplace.
ordinarily that is exactly what you would have. But what's happening right now is the wide part of the fireplace, the one that you'd be corbelling back in, is
Yeah.
actually concealed by that hipped roof thing that's in front of it.
Oh,
And it's,
okay.
and it's
That's what's
inboard,
happening.
it's inboard of the building as well, right?
Exactly.
So it's
Like the big part of the fireplace, the bottom part, the base of the fireplace is actually not visible to us. We're only looking at a portion of it. That's why it's,
I-
you know, thin.
I get you.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I'd like to see it. I don't know how. I'd like to see it come down a little bit. I think it's big for up there on the Lions Lane. And it's, you've got the pool and you've got the tennis court and all that. And, the stone chimney. These are just little things that pop out and say, you know, what, but I don't know whether it's possible, string it out more, make some additive massing and bring it down a little bit. That's what I would like to see.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Jesse.
Sorry, 1 second.
You want me to go to Carrie?
Sure, why not?
Carrie, you are ready?
Yeah, thanks. I think my main issues are on the south elevation. I agree about the front door and the side lights. But for me, the soffit on the first floor hip is higher than the porch, not soffit, but the eave
The
of that
eave,
first floor
yeah.
hip. If it could come down and match that porch, that hip just seems overwhelming because it's long and high on that left-hand gable forward mass. And I think that's the whole issue for me because it crams the front door in. But if that line just came straight across, I think it would be more cohesive and the front door wouldn't seem so crammed in and that hip wouldn't seem so overwhelming. And then it would also help that other left-hand gable sort of read a little better with the right-hand gable, the two-story gable forward. So I think that is my main issue. I appreciate all the window changes. I don't have a problem with all the grade and elevation of the stone down below on the other elevations. That's it.
Chairman, can I
Okay.
speak to that real quick?
What?
Oh, just the Carrie's comment about the eave line. I think
Well, no, because I'm going to say exactly the same thing. And what we're concerning ourselves with is the exterior features of a building. So you're probably going to provide us with an interior justification for why it is that way. But the fact is, I like 100% agree with Carrie on that.
I actually appreciate the comment is actually what I wanted to say because I think it's something that might have been bothering me. No,
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
it's something we addressed in the office and we were contemplating pulling back as well. And I tend to agree. So what I was going to say is I think that's something easily addressable.
I think you'll have a much better building as a result. Okay, so let's hear what Jesse has to say, and then I just have one parting comment. Jesse, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, I think that's a good change for the the front elevation, and then as for the other elevations, I'm okay with them.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Very good. The only thing that I'm going to add to this discussion, although I do, I certainly, I agree with Carrie on the Eve thing. That was a good call. I also am somewhat concerned about the massiveness of this building, and that has been addressed by both Diane and Abby. And this sounds minor and picayune, but I've seen this happen before, and it's a big problem. You've rendered your roof walk completely wrong. The posts on a roof walk are supposed to be continuous from where they hit the roof all the way up to the top of the post, and the skirt board is interrupted by the posts. You're doing it the opposite way. You're also showing the bottom of the post wider than the top part, which is not right. And then I'm simply going to add to that I think that most successful roof walks are divided into thirds, not bifurcated with a post right in the middle. So that's all of my comment. Would somebody want to make a motion for some
I'll make a
revisions on
motion
it?
to hold for revisions.
Thank you very much, Diane. On Diane's motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Hi.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to some new business. Everybody ready?
Ready.
Okay, and so now we're going to be back into our rotation. Did we lose John? I just want to check and make sure.
I don't
We
Usually-
never really had him.
I don't see
Good
him on
point.
here at all.
Okay, all right. So then we are in the rotation. Do we have somebody here to represent 19 Broadway?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Could you give your name for the record, please?
Hi, yes. My name is Stephen Slockett.
Okay, very good. Tell us what you got.
So I would like to change the existing roof from sea green 3 tabs to more back certainty architectural shingles.
Okay, before we get started, I should have done this earlier. You're gonna have an associate member on with this board, and I'm gonna pull Carrie in. We'll just start the rotation there. Okay, so you want to go with architecturals in the OHD of Sconset, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure that the staff may have told you about this, but so now that we know what you're up to, or what you're interested in doing, I'm going to have Holly speak on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a individually significant historic structure within the Old Historic District of Sconset, circa 1750.
Yep.
Willow Harp. And Sconset did have concerns on architectural shingles they said that they're typically not approved in the Sconset Old Historic District, and they prefer 3 tab or wood. I would say that I'm not familiar with that comment. However, historically, all these structures along Broadway, Front Street, what have you, obviously were built in a time frame before any asphalt shingles, and they would have been cedar. So I'm assuming that's where that comment is coming from. So those are our comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
When you say that comment, sorry, could you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, they have basically said that they would prefer 3 tab or wood. And I'm trying to understand a little bit of that precedence on why they would not allow architectural. I think roofers like Stephen, as well as many other roofers on the island, prefer architectural over 3 tab. So we're seeing a big shift in that. But if there's obviously a precedent in having a historic structure, not having architectural in keeping with the 3 tab, or that, because that, or the red cedar. So I'm not privy to that conversation. But again, at the end of the day, with the age of the structure, it would have been built with red cedar, or a cedar.
Okay, so this is it gets a little complicated because we all are very familiar with the whole review process that we did for shingles in and out of the Old Historic District of Nantucket and of Sconset. Okay, those two. Now the assumption is that what we came away with at the end of the day was that there were certain rather small list of shingles that would be approved in the Old Historic Districts. And I'm putting Nantucket Old Historic District and Sconset Old Historic District in the same pot because I don't think we made a distinction. So hopefully there's someone in the group who's more, has a better memory than I do. I think that we didn't like the look of the 3 tab as being sort of like when they had very well-defined shadows or faux shadows that made them look more like shakes. So that obviously would not be good. But what is the architectural name that is being proposed here?
That's the problem. There was nothing, no name, no color, no nothing.
Okay. So I'm sorry, Mr. Stuckett? Is that your
Yes, sir.
name? Yeah. So you have, well, actually, what I should say is we have to wait and see what the board has to say about this. But there is a list, a small list of shingles that are approved. And I believe that I'm certain that list includes architectural shingles for the 2 old historic districts.
Yes, sir. Actually, in the application that I submitted, it was a Certainty Moray Black architectural
Moray
shingles,
Black.
which are
Okay.
approved in the local Nantucket Historic District. They're on the sheet that the agency has approved.
Thank you. Okay, thanks
But
for
it's not
clarifying.
listed on the
On the
application.
application?
Right.
Okay,
But-
so Val is saying that it's not listed on the application, so we would certainly need to have that information. So now we know that you're looking for Moray Black architecturals, and we've heard from Holly, so I want to turn this over to the board, see what the opinions are.
I'd like to go.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to just underline how old this structure is and how much you see of the roof line, because it comes right down to the first floor. If we look at that other front door of Willow's Harp, it's right in your face. So we've got to get this right. Remind me, Mr. Stockett, is Moray Black architectural, is that a consistent black, or does that have variegated tiles?
No, man, that is a consistent black. It is probably one of the most common black architectural roofs that are being put on Nantucket at the moment.
Okay, I would go along with that if that was absolutely sure. And yeah, I mean, shakes would be better, but that's a whole lot more money. So I just, also I have to, I had to have a little laugh because of the green, the old green tiles, the asphalt tiles. You don't see those anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't make those anymore.
No, that slight green color.
Yeah, I actually love that color.
I'd
Very
love to hear
appropriate.
what other people have to say.
Yeah, okay, so thanks, Abby. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at this, of course, ahead of time, and I was like, now I know why it's on there, because there was not any information to glean a decision from. But I hadn't thought about it, but Abby pointed out something very important, and that is the amount of roof that is showing, that is very also at the human scale when you're walking through there. So I'm hesitant to go with an architectural shingle until I have an opportunity to maybe drive around in there and see if anybody has put any prior. And it could just make this very simple little structure look more complicated and modern.
Right.
But I'm not adverse to it. I just want to go see what's in the area.
Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Wait, hang on, Diane. What was your question?
So actually 29 Broad Street, 10 houses up, has architectural shingles on. It's a brown shingle. I'm not too sure if it is weatherwood or driftwood, but it has weathered quite a lot. They were probably installed about 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And then also the building behind Claudette's sandwich shop has the exact same color that I'm proposing to put on to the building.
Okay.
I
well,
wish
some
we had pictures.
Photos would help.
But what shop did he say?
What?
What was the
Claudette's
last?
Sandwich Shop.
Claudette's, oh, the sandwich shop. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I think this thing, it's, what is it? He said 1750 for the building. I don't think it calls, I think it calls for 3 tab. You can have it consistently back. What bothers me on an old building like this, if you use architecturals, you get edges all the way over, which makes the roof busy. It's not what color, I don't give a damn what color it turns to in 20 years on there. What I do care about is the softness of the roof, which does not call attention to itself. A 3 tab is an old building, and I think it should stay 3 tab. It may turn to slight green over the years, but I think we have to have some respect for the age of the building and what would have been on there, and particularly in the building like this, where as Abby said, it comes right down to what you're standing there looking at it, because it's the same height. So I would not go for architecturals, because I think it calls attention to the roof and does not look like it belongs on it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. We heard, Carrie?
I actually think the black is not really that appropriate. This picture sort of says it all. The shingle and the roof are quite similar in tone. And I think the straight black is going to read as kind of harsh. And as Abby's point, I thought the same thing. It's very close to the eye when you're, standing next to it. And I just think it's going to be a bit too much. And I love the quality of the roof and the shingles in this particular house being very muted, like the contrast is muted here. So I think that's what I would like to see stay consistent.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. I think it's my turn, right? So there was a reason that we went through the exercise of doing the in-town, out-of-town shingles, architectural and 3 tab. And that had to do with the house that's down at the end of my street, Pine Street, single-story ranch. And if memory serves me, the guy came in and said, well, I can't get insurance because the 3 tabs don't have a warranty or something like that, and they blow off. So these days, the warranty on a 3 tab is non-existent, I think. I mean, we went through that whole thing for a reason. In town, out of town, making distinction between the two. I appreciate and agree with both Carrie and Abby's observation that the roof color right now is rather light. It's that light seafoam green, which was a terrific color. Wish they still made it. So maybe I'll just put this out as a suggestion for the board. I mean, we have these panels in the HDC office in the town building, panels of the approved colors. I mean, if people want to view this and have you like put a few of them up. And also you mentioned that there are these other places like Claudette's that have architectural shingles. Taking pictures, of course, is one way of showing us examples of precedent for that neighborhood. So sounds like we might want to do a site viewing with maybe some of those samples up on this roof. Fortunately, it's a single-story roof, so you could just throw them up and take pictures.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Go
I
ahead.
just want to notate for the record that yes, 3 tab in the old historic district, there were districts, I should say. There were a few colors that you all are allowed.
Right.
Cobalt black, black pepper, gray frost, moray black, nickel gray, and dual black. And I want to mention on nickel gray, specifically, you all in the last 2 years, I think it was, put nickel gray on the list to kind of be that in between the
Oh,
non-extinct or the non-existent, I should say, an extinct seafoam green, which this does have a little bit of green in it, and the black. So it's just throwing
all
that
right.
out there.
Well,
for you.
that's great. So I, for one, would be interested in seeing what that might look like up on the roof. And I don't know what the town policy is. That's town property now, but you could take these sample boards and just throw them up on that little one-story roof and take some pictures, or call the office and say it's available for a viewing.
Can I ask you what you said about warranty on the 3 tab? I had my roof done, I don't know how many years ago, 6 or 7, and I have a 50-year guaranteed warranty on them.
I don't think you can get that anymore, Diane.
Well, the architectural don't last as long as they say either.
Well, nothing lasts as long
Yeah.
as they say anymore. But look, I don't want that to sort of drive this discussion. I was just saying that was the reason that we initially went down this road. So how about we do like more information, potential viewing, maybe a viewing with some samples up on the roof. Would that be amenable? And if so, could somebody make a motion for me?
I'll make a motion of that, but I would like to say, when you put samples up on the hill, put both 3 tab and architectural, so we can see what the difference is up there.
Not a bad idea, Diane. Not a bad idea. Okay, so that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so on the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye, and a comment after you're
Yes.
done.
Well, you're an aye, but go ahead with your comment.
I just wanted to be notified for sure when the samples are up there. So
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'm out
so
of times looking.
Mr. Stockett.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so here's the way it works. If you're going to put the samples up, and I strongly recommend that you do, call the HCC office before the weekend and say the samples are up, and then we'll be notified that they're up, and we'll be able to view them so they're not sitting around for 2 weeks, languishing. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. All right, and so Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, 2 motion carries. Thank you. Next up, 13 Fayette.
I'm gonna recuse from this one.
Okay, so that
I have
means,
to recuse
oh yeah, right.
also, but I would like to make a
Public comment. You know what, Diane? I
What?
don't think you can.
why not?
Town council said that if you recuse and your neighbor, you basically shouldn't be making public comment. Abby had an issue with that over on something that took place on Lily Street a while back.
Yeah, they don't talk to me anymore.
I know that. Well, that's a sidebar that I really, just sticks in my craw. But so
We've always been able to say,
no, but it came up. It came up. Somebody said you can't do that, and so we got a reading from town council, and they said, no, if you're a board member and you recuse, you can't speak as a member of the public in opposition to a project.
we should get another.
Never mind. Get another town council. Well, you have to talk to somebody else about that. But I'm just telling you what was said. So
That's silly. You live there, and it's so important because you know what it is, and he says you can't. Okay, I'm not saying anything.
I'm sorry that I have to do that, but it is what he said, and this has come up a few times, and I try and honor what his opinion, quote unquote, opinion was. All right, now listen. So Diane's recused, and Val, did you say you were recused?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that we won. So Stephen, Jesse, right? Stephen, Jesse, Abby,
And you.
Stephen, Jesse, Abby.
And Carrie.
Yeah, Stephen, Jesse, Abby, Carrie, and me. Yes, all three associates, go. All right. Let's hear about the roof wall.
My turn now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, finally, it's your turn. Yes.
All right, great. Good evening, everyone. First of all, so I don't know if everybody remembers, we had months and months ago, we had a deck coming off the third floor, and that the board decided that was inappropriate. And at the time, the board had mentioned that a roof walk would be more appropriate than this third floor deck that was coming over. If you look at the east side of the building, it was coming off to the right-hand side above the front door. So with that, we canceled that. And so we're back here with a roof walk. We did research all the roof walks in the area, and within 150 feet of 13 Fayette, we do have 14 roof walks that there are 2 from the 1700s, 7 from the 1800s, and 5 from the 1900s that are all similar size and shape. The pictures that you have there, those are all up on Orange Street, and there's 15 around Orange Street and Fayette as well, that all have large roof walks. And so we just wanted to show what's in the area. So
Okay.
that's
Okay. All right, well, we certainly want to hear from Historic Structures Advisory on this.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So my understanding and Sonny, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is an infill dwelling on Fayette, so obviously not historic.
Yep.
But on a contributing lot. HSAB did take a look at this December 20th. They said that the size is too big in all directions. Width should be about 7 feet and the length no more than half the ridge length. The skirt should be eliminated for a house of this style, as shown on most of the submitted photos. Or if approved, change to vertical boards, not horizontal. And I would concur with HSAB to reduce the size and remove the skirt. Follow building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks. Members.
I'll go.
Thank you.
I agree the size needs to be decreased. I believe that we were going with the policy of a 1/3 overall of the width.
That's actually the way the rule is written, Stephen. Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the confirmation. And then I think Holly might have mentioned it, but obviously the skirt should be vertical.
Yeah.
And if depending on the width from the east and the west, I would think another post would need to be in there. But I suppose if they bring it down to 7 feet, they're not going to need it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Short and sweet. Thank you, Stephen. Jesse. How about Carrie?
I agree with HSAB, the thing has to be reduced, but I believe that there should not be a skirt at all. And the reasoning is the dormer on the rear. I think it creates sort of havoc with the skirt. And I think just some simple posts would do it.
Okay, thanks. Abby.
Abby, so I'm not really in favor of this roof walk. But one thing it takes away, you can't even see the chimney anymore. And I think the chimney is very appropriate to fit in this neighborhood. Definitely don't like the horizontal skirt. And to Stephen's point, the thirds, it's got to be smaller. Certainly don't like that. What's going on there? The post is going right through the shed. It's just awkward in many ways, and I think I'm just not in favor of it. And
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks, Abby. Jesse, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was
Okay,
muted.
no, it's okay.
Yeah, I definitely think the horizontal skirt needs to go in either a post or vertical would be okay. Maybe the post would help with that awkward post going into the back gable. And reducing the size of it to 1/3, I think would make it more in scale with the building. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. So pretty much agree with everything that's been said, including HSAB. Reduction in width, we'll call it, along the ridge. I actually think that the gable end side is the greater offense because it's really, really, really wide. And the result of that is that now the legs of the roof walk, the posts, are extraordinarily long. I think that there should be no skirt. So reduction in size and removal of skirt. Those are my two main things. So can I have a motion on this
Can I
one?
make a quick comment or a quick question?
A seriously quick question, yeah.
Okay, would the board be opposed to it being not symmetrical and being over, if you look at the south elevation, being over to the right? And making it smaller, but having it only on one side of the building, because that's where we would need the access from that bedroom
All right,
that's
well,
upstairs.
Interior layout is not really our
Yeah, no,
problem.
I understand. It's more just, would the board be,
I think I don't want to go and poll the board on that whole thing, but I think that if you're going to attempt something like that, you're going to need to show us some precedent for it, because I kind of can't really visualize that. So
Make
can
a
I have
motion.
Yeah, thanks.
Motion to hold for revisions, and Sana, if you're going to bring that in, some further documentation as to precedent.
absolutely.
Sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Chair and HSAB, please.
Oh, yeah, and Stephen.
Oh, and HSAB.
There you go. That's Stephen's motion. On the motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to step out for 20 minutes.
That's you, Jesse?
Correct. Yes, Jesse.
Okay. And so, Jesse, I'm going to be stepping out relatively soon too. So have a nice night, and hopefully you can come back and fill in my spot.
Yeah, I'll be back in about 20.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Is Linda on board here?
Yep.
Oh, you are here. Okay, great. Okay, so 9 Fair Street. Now let's see.
I believe, hang on a second, I believe the, on the agenda anyway, the easier of the two is up first, which is the roof change on the garage.
Yeah.
Not the roof walk.
Yeah. What are you suggesting?
Just get that one out of the way. They're changing
Well,
3 tab to wood.
Well, no, but it is first, so that's the one we're going to review anyway. So,
3
the
tab
board
to
on
wood, that's it.
what?
3 tab to wood, that's it.
Sounds pretty good to me, but let me establish the board so we can get this over with.
Yes,
So
I figured that was it.
Diane, Val,
Okay.
Abby, and Carrie.
Okay, and Ray.
Okay. Oh, and me, of course. Okay, so you're changing from 3 tab to
And
wood.
HSAB probably, I don't know.
Yeah, HSAB.
I don't care what they have to say, blank.
Stop. No.
I don't.
No, but
But,
we do. Diane, God,
If it was
Linda.
legally constituted, that's one thing, but
Hey.
wood to, just 3 tab to wood, that's it, on this one.
Okay. Now we
Mr. Chair.
do. Thank you.
No concerns from HSAB nor staff on this proposal.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, board members.
Ditto.
No concerns over
All
here.
right. I think we can move this one.
Motion to approve.
Thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Yeah.
Carrie,
I'm an aye.
and there's Diane and Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Good. Done.
Yay.
Okay, next up, same
Next
board.
up, we are also changing the 3 tab roof on this one to wood. That's part of it. The other
Okay.
part is we're adding a skirt to this structure. We put it in as natural to weather, but H7 Holly would prefer to have it white because it is a Greek revival with an awful lot of white trim on it.
Uh-huh.
So I'm fine with that.
Yeah. All right. I thought you didn't like HSAB.
I don't, but I'm not even
Oh,
talking.
oh, you only like them when they agree with you.
No, Holly's
Okay,
the one who
so
brought up the white.
hang on. So you want to do a skirt here, and let's hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is an 1868 Greek revival. It was built by William M. Barrett. His father was John Barrett, who built 72 Main Street to get that formality. Linda, there was no history provided, so I just want to notate that for the record. But although I just wanted to mention that the white would definitely be more approvable, as HSAB did say that they should be painted white to be more in keeping with the formality of the house, and I agree with that.
I agree with it.
That there are adjacent roof walks to this subject property, with it, an infill, one on Judith Chase and another down on Fair Street, a Greek revival, which are white. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good.
I've included a bunch of pictures from Fair Street,
Well,
School
hey,
Street.
hang
all
on, hang on. I'm not,
It's gonna fly.
yeah,
Linda,
yeah.
just hold
So
on to your hat.
you're preaching to the choir here.
Fair
So,
play.
I'll go.
thank you, Abby.
I think it should be skirted because of the style of the neoclassic corner boards. All goes together. So
All right.
I'm a yes.
So you're a thumbs up. Let's make this simple. Anybody disagree with Abby's assessment?
No.
All right, so why don't we move it?
Motion
I'll
to
make a
approve.
motion to approve. Yeah.
Okay, so Abby, Val beat you to it. Val has made a motion to approve with a white skirt.
White.
And so on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
very good. Carrie,
Aye.
super. Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. That's that.
I got the fastest ones tonight.
You
Yeah.
did
Win.
far and
far.
away. Okay, is Chandra on board? And I think I need to leave fairly soon. Actually, after this application. Chandra, are you there? Anybody?
This is pretty easy, but I guess HSAB has to say something.
Well,
John's it.
should we just hear what they have to
Yes,
say so that we can maybe potentially take it off?
I
the-
agree. I looked at it earlier. I think it's easy too.
Okay, so let me establish the board. So on this one, this is to Stephen. Stephen, you still with us?
Yep.
Okay, very good. So nobody to rep. So Holly, you just want to tell us what HSAB said and we, or actually, Sconset Advisory.
Yes, sir. So at the end of the day, there's no historic information included, but this is a contributing structure within the Sconset Old Historic District. Bungalow between 1880 and 1910. They did say that they actually had no concerns on it. However, the historic information HDC survey should have been included with the application. I have provided it in the file. Personally, from a staff's perspective, I would rather see the reuse of that historic window versus replacing it. We don't know what the condition of that Victorian type of window is. Nothing was included as to the condition. And again, why request, a replica if we don't, if you're not providing the proof that it actually needs to be replaced. So I kind of have more comments than Sconset did.
So this picture.
I
that I'm looking-
misunderstood. I thought they were adding another one.
Yeah, I thought they were putting it there instead of on the little gable side instead of the door.
I understood by the application, Mr. Chair, through you, that they're removing these, the door and the window on the end of that little gable additive mass, and then taking the existing window and actually replacing it and putting a new one in to replicate it. That's what I got off the application, but I have not spoken to the applicant.
Oh, brother.
So.
Okay.
Can we see the application again?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so that's a 6 light.
But the window that's in, question is the sort of necklace window.
Right, but can we go back to the picture of the window they're taking out? Sorry, Holly, but Yeah, so the one, so they're not reusing that. And then can we go to the one that shows the bracelet window that exists? So are they saying they're gonna keep one and add one, or they're gonna make two new ones to replicate the old?
Mr. Chair, through you, what I understood is they were completely getting rid of the ones on the gable end and taking the existing window out and putting a new one in, but maybe that's what they're doing, replicating the existing. That actually looks more.
Let's
Yeah.
hold
like
for
the-
somebody to
yeah,
clarify.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, motion
Motion.
to hold for representation.
Yeah, I think that that's very important right now.
And this is why it was not on consent.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it. You all, yeah, it's way too vague. Okay, so that was Abby's motion to hold for representation. On the motion, Val,
I,
Can we add that? Can we add
add what?
more further information?
Oh, yeah, sure. But I think that, you know, somebody needs to come in and tell us what the heck's going on with this. So,
Right.
so you want Abby's motion to have more information?
More explicit information of what's going on.
Okay, so is that the motion, the
Yeah.
revised
Yes,
motion?
yes.
Okay, so that on the revised motion, Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, so sorry, folks, I do have to leave. Gotta go see this historic Hawaiian house. It was nice seeing all of you. Have a good night. And thanks for doing this. I always
well,
appreciate
thanks
it.
for joining us on your vacay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
bring us
it's
back some, a luau and some pineapples and.
I'll bring you some poi.
Yeah.
The world's most
Yeah, some
boring
poi.
food. Good night, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
See ya.
Night, good night.
Night, night. So do we have, CWA here?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster here.
Hi, Chip.
Good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. And if I can share the screen, I can walk you through what we're hoping to propose. Okay.
Okay.
Not up.
It should be coming up now. Is it up?
There we go.
Okay, so this is a application for a new dwelling at 3 Tutankamo. One thing I noticed as I was preparing for this is that the locus plan that we submitted had the wrong 3 on it. It had this one on it. So this, I'm showing you the correct one, which we will of course correct in the file. So this is, if you're familiar with Tutankamo, there is a homeowners association there that has design guidelines, and they require that all of the houses sort of have an homage to a shingle style architecture, and we include elements of shingle style in their architecture. They also have an internal design review board that reviews it and has to approve it before we can come to the HDC. So this is the design I'm about to show you has been reviewed by them. We actually went through 3 designs with them to meet with everything they were looking for, and now have a association approved design, which I'll be presenting. So this is the site. Also, going back to this was a cluster subdivision, which means that all of this space around these lots that's shown here in green has to remain natural. So the site picture, this is when you're first coming in, this is the lot as you approach it. And you can see on the this side, this has a very mature vegetation that basically blocks that side. There's hedges that are going to remain in the front. And then also along the other side of the property between this and the neighbor. I just want to point that out, that the visibility will be from Tutankamo on that western elevation. and very limited visibility on the sides and none on the rear. Further, the building envelope for this is right here. It's dictated by deed restriction that the building sits in this location. So that's where we have it. And then this is the footprint of the house in that location. All right, everyone still with me?
We're still here.
All right, so let's hop right into the elevation. So this is the elevation facing Tatacamo. We've incorporated some bracketing, some shingled bases on. Maybe I should. You want me to blow this up a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. How's that?
It's great.
Okay. So you can see, so this is
Good.
the
Yeah.
elevation facing the street. We have the shingled bases for the columns. We've incorporated some mild curves in a few places. We have some bracketing here. This is, and some porch elements. As is common with shingle style, there is a proposed recessed little porch here. And some shed dormers and so forth there. This is the rear, which is not visible at all, but pretty much the same forms with a little more fenestration. This is the north elevation. So this faces the neighbor. Tatacamo would be on this side. So this part would be maybe a little visible along the side. This is setback, so this would not be visible. And then this might have a little bit of that side visibility. And this is the east facing side. Okay. I want to point out that the height is at the tall part is about 26 feet. So that's also one of the guidelines from the community to have lower ridge heights. So the maximum height on any of these elevations is 26, which is on this main mass here. And it drops down to about 23, 22 and a half, 23 on this other. And then it drops down to 1-story element here. Okay, I pass it. Oh, and it's natural. Grade trim, natural, natural cedar roof and sidewall with grade trim. All right.
Terrific.
Right.
Thank you, Chip.
Madam
right.
Chair, through you,
Yes, please.
we do have a hand up, public comment.
Let's hear it.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephen Watson, and along with my wife, Mary Lynn, we own the adjoining property at 5 Tatacamo. And we've been watching these sessions for the past couple of weeks, and really thank you all for your time and effort and attention to detail. It's really quite remarkable. We've been watching since January the 4th, waiting for this moment. And so here we are, and just a little bit of background on the property here. This was originally one lot, and when it was subdivided, there were specific restrictions in the deed about not having any building in the back. As you see, the building envelope must be in the front, and that includes all building, not just the building, but also the pool. So we are not sure the pool is actually going to be legal, but we thought you should at least be aware of our concerns as we go into it today. And the reason for that, obvious, is that, we want the prior owner who owned both lots never wanted a pool or anything like that next door to his house, so he could enjoy the quiet enjoyment of his property and the sea breezes and not have the lights on and the noise, et cetera, et cetera. So that's point number one. And point number two, this is in fact the first house you see when you come into Tatacamo. And if you're familiar with the area, there's generally a lot of green space in the front or the back. And as drawn, this seems to have virtually no green space left at all. It's built out to the maximum of the lot, as well as the pool. There doesn't seem to be much grass left at all. And to us, you all are the experts. We've enjoyed watching your expertise these last couple of weeks. It just seems a little big and fancy for this particular area. And what's not pointed out is to the right of the garage is sort of a see-through where you'd see right through the house back into the backyard and the proposed pool. So, so with those comments, we certainly defer to you all and thank you for your time and effort here. And we look forward to hearing the conversation. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Could I make a quick comment, please?
Okay, quickly.
Yeah, just real quick. So the building, this is the envelope right here. That is, Mr. Watson is absolutely correct. We are restricted to putting that there. And I'm pointing, we are not applying in this application for anything in this area. So the pool or any landscaping or anything is not part of our current application, just the house that is inside the envelope. Just want to point that out.
Oh, thanks, Chip. Who would like to go first?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I appreciate some of the things on this design, but there are other parts of it that I'm struggling with. I thought when I first looked at it that the south was the front. But I see now upon closer review that it's the east and west. With the walkthrough, with the bridge element over it. And while I can appreciate that because I love that style of house, I'm hard pressed to think of any here. I do remember Chip's office had that when it was over on Amelia, but I do think that's a bit of an anomaly. And as the neighbor just pointed out, and very rightly so, thank you, there would be a clear on shot if there was a pool back there. So I think for me, it's the open element in this design that I'm struggling with. And then the north and south have a 64-foot unbroken ridge line, which is 10 feet, 14 feet over what we typically approve without breaking the line. So those are my concerns, Madam Chair.
Very good, Val. Diane.
Okay. I agree with the look view, with the bridge above. There's only one house. It was the pink house out off Focus Road. It's the only one that was allowed because it was there before, and it was the barn, which you could open the front of the barn door and you could open the back of the barn door. But that had doors and it could be shut, so you didn't have walking. I think we were sort of had that as we didn't allow it. I think that it needs to be broken down. The ridge is very long and straight, not a break in it. And it needs to be dropped that bridge down and put it on the ground, whatever it is. It would do better. And can we see something other than the west? Can you drop me with the big windows? Okay.
Here's
Chip,
the south, and that's the ridge line you were talking about right there.
Yeah, right there. But the one below it, the east, you have those big windows. Is east visible from anywhere else?
No, the east is the rear. Let me just show you the site plan real quick. So the east is right here, facing the back.
See those windows, those 3/3s? I'm not sure they go along with your Queen Anne building, and I wasn't sure whether you could see them or not from. It's been a long time since I've been out to the top of Shaw.
Oh, sorry, let me just find that for you, Diane. Okay, the east elevation, here we go. This is the east that faces the backyard. So you'll definitely not see these.
You won't see it.
That's correct.
Okay, I wanted to be sure. I don't think that the arch, this on the different building is probably too outlandish there, because there are different styles of architecture out there, and I don't think I mind it. I think I'd like to see it broken down somewhere so it wasn't that straight on. And I don't know what your second floor is like, but think about just dropping that down next to the garage. So that's all I would have to say right now.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Diane. Carrie,
I think the brackets introduce a different element that is distracting. And I think if Chip wants to continue with the open through, that maybe he should look at the arch that he's already got happening and maybe some cheek walls to close down that opening a little bit. Cause it just seems like a big wide opening, and I'm not adverse to it, but I think if you do it in a different way, and that's just more subtle with the cottage corners and that simple arch, it might work. And then because I think this is the elevation that we got to focus on. I do agree that the long ridges on either side are quite long and hopefully can be broken up somehow. But on this one also above the garage, the fact that the second floor stops short of the end of the building is another sort of distraction that seems off kilter. But I really appreciate the attempt at the shingle style and the unique quality of this house. I think this neighborhood has some sort of more unique houses back there, and I don't want to see it all scrapped because of that big open archway or bracketed open way. But so I think something a little more solid and using the elements that are there already might help. The east, I have no problem because nobody is going to see that. This is the buildable part of the lot, and he's not using the whole lot. There's a whole bunch more ground cover that is there. He's restricted to this. So I think that's all I have to say right now.
thank you.
Oh,
Carrie.
wait, sorry. I did think of something that I noticed originally is the windows in the main mass arch on that front, and the door seems quite skinny, and it seems like it could use a little bit more considering the size of the other windows in the house. So that's it.
Very good. So we had Val, Diane, Carrie, and
There's one more of us.
oh, is Stephen, are you the alternate here?
I think so.
He's the fifth.
Could you contribute your wonderful
I
statement?
could we please go, thank you, Madam Chair. Could we please go back to the site plan that shows the red dash line?
The red dashed line, absolute red dashed line.
I thought it was red.
Wait, huh? Let me just see.
It was another site plan.
It's on the one we got emailed to us.
Yes,
There we
okay,
go.
thank you.
Yeah.
So
So how's that?
essentially, through you, Madam Chair, when we're looking through that kind of more decorative than functional porte cochere, we're actually looking through two of them. Is that correct? So if
Through
you
the
go to the
chair,
east,
through the chair, yes. Yes.
okay. So with that in mind, can we go back to the east? I think the depth from the north, I guess it would be, is deceiving here. So okay. So really what we're looking at is there would be at any angle other than directly on, and even at directly on, there will be another structure, which is this kind of bridge element with the porte cochere and the gable of the garage and the second story structure that's replicated almost immediately behind this, correct?
That is correct. Let me show it to you a little
Yeah.
more clearly.
No, that's okay. Let's
Here
go
it is.
back. Yeah.
Oh, here it is
okay.
in plan.
Yep. So let's go back to the east
Okay.
elevation, please.
Just-
I'm not suggesting that's necessarily a bad thing. I just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at. So I think on the, so the west elevation is what faces the street. Okay. So I would agree with many of the comments that have been made, and in particular, Carrie's comment about appreciating the shingle style efforts. I think I also agree with the concept of eliminating those brackets and using a shingle element. I would note or stress that it would be underneath the mass that's the second story mass, so that it's not it would be coplanar, but it wouldn't be flush. So it would be inset, into my mind, in order to create some visual element and interest, visual depth there. I wouldn't want to just see something come down flush that replicates the arch myself. And I think it's important not to use trim because it starts to look more gingerbready because you're using that element. It would be 4 times, once over the window, the door transom, once at the porch over the door transom, and then over the garage. So I think using the similar shape but using a shingle style would be literally a shingle style would be more beneficial. I also agree with the concept of the leftmost second story element being a little disjointed. However, I think that through Madam Chair, that if you were to decrease the rake overhang more of the second story element, more in keeping with on the opposite side, which I believe is a gable overhang. Yeah, I think that would help to translate better. It's just this overhang that I think is problematic for me. The next elevation, please.
The east or one of the side elevations?
Yeah, the side, because whatever I just said would be the same for the east. So north, yeah, I think it's over fenestrated on the first floor and the second floor in the center element, but all in all, I think it's fine. And then on the south, yeah, I think this is successful. I do think the overall ridge length is potentially problematic. However, I believe that could be addressed fairly easily with a chimney. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good, Stephen. So if we could just go to the front, I appreciate all those comments that everybody made. I do think first I'd like to get it a little off the property line. I don't know how you can shrink it and still retain all of your agenda, but I do think I wish it was not so close lot line to lot line. I wish it was a little bit, give the neighbors a little more room there. I do think the garage looks, you know, how the shingle style can go almost a little bit Disney World. The garage it almost looks a little too stylized for me. I'd like to see that pared down. I do think this looks like a really fun house to live in. It reminds me of a certain architecture that they have in Greece up in the mountains where what's over the porte cochere, those 3 windows, do they come out a little bit with a little bracket underneath?
Yes, about yeah, a little 6-inch bump out right there.
Yeah, that's a really neat detail. I don't know where you found that, but it's really fun. So, but I think we do have a few revisions.
I have another question, Madam Chair.
Go for it, Val.
Chip, I'm looking at the east and the west, and there's some sort of element in the middle there. It looks kind of like it's floating.
Yeah, that's not part of, that's just a drawing artifact. Ignore that.
Okay, because then I went to the front page that we just looked at with the red lines, and there's some big X's there. That grade, is that a bridge over some ginormous window wells?
In the back?
Yeah.
Well, it's not fully developed yet. This will probably end up being a walkout here and a grade here. So that this is also showing the pool, which the Watsons pointed out is probably not going to be allowed anyhow, and we're not applying for it. Just to reiterate that. So this area is needs to be redeveloped.
Okay, I just couldn't figure out what that thing was in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Abby, can I add something to it that I forgot?
Okay, Diane.
I think it's the east. There's only one window on the first floor over to the right, and I think it needs more. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Oh, I know. I think you're talking
Not
about
that
the
one.
north elevation. This one?
What's
That's south. Maybe
I
it's
don't
the
know. I
north.
only
Oh,
that
here,
one-
this one?
now what's sample south west
This is
west.
this is the north elevation. This might be the
Coming up.
window you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Can we move the window over a little bit to the right and get another one in there rather than that single window?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Anybody else? Do I hear a motion for revisions?
Sure,
I'll make
motion
a
to
motion to
hold
hold
for
for
revisions.
Oh, excellent. Val, on your motion.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for all your wonderful comments and feedback, and have a great evening.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, I have 27 beach grass. Does anybody else?
I have 32 woodbine.
Okay, I moved a lot. I skipped over that.
Madam Chair, it's Jesse. I'm
Yeah,
here
I
if you
got
need me.
20. Oh, great.
Jesse's back.
Oh, 30, okay. MCA. You mean like YMCA?
Let me do the dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an application before you that was approved. It's a renewal actually of the COA. It expired just recently and was approved as it's currently submitted 2018, October of 2018 actually. So there are no changes since it was approved. We're just back to renew, and they hope to initiate construction on this in the fall.
Okay, so this is just a renewal thing.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah,
And a little background,
make
because I don't expect you to remember all the details. There is this is a second dwelling to a property. The main house is existing. Their plan is to then eventually remove the main house and come back with a new design that will follow the lead of the this guest house. And the pool is currently already in place as well.
Okay. Any questions?
No, I think that the staff is just, trying to transition from losing Kadeem. So it probably would have gone on consent, but.
Okay, so you're okay with it?
Yeah.
How about Diane?
I am too.
What about Jesse?
Sorry, yes, I am.
Okay, all right, you're okay with it?
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's
motion to approve.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm trying to go around the table. and
Oh,
get
sorry.
everybody. So, let's see, who else is on this? Is it Carrie or Steve?
Whoever you
Carrie.
decide.
Okay,
It'll
Carrie.
be Carrie, I think.
Okay, Carrie.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along, turning the page. I don't have another page.
That's the one, 27 beach grass.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what happened to number 7?
7.
We just did.
Oh,
it.
we just did that one.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Johnny.
Just a little shout out to Johnny.
Oh.
Is anybody here for Topham Design, 27 Beachgrass Road?
Hi, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So this is 27 Beachgrass. This is for the lovely Grace Hull. And this will be a Dreamline home, fitting with the rest of the development. So this is just a very simple home.
Looks like Joe Torme's house,
There you go.
and that's adorbs.
Motion
That
to
means
approve is
adorable.
submitted.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve, is that your,
Official motion.
okay,
Can we just put in some lights in the glass doors? If that's a side elevation,
And I'll
That's
amend
the rear.
that's the
I
rear?
won't amend
The
that.
sliders in the rear.
Oh, okay, it's not facing.
But we
the-
can do that if you want that.
Anything?
But like a 6 light?
Yeah, 6 light.
Yeah, 6
Yeah.
light.
Yeah.
Sure. Doors.
Motion to approve with a 6 light rear set of 6 light rear sliders.
Thank you.
okay, okay. So Carrie was in there, Steve's in there, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
myself, I. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
For Quidnet, permit plus. Anybody here for that? Permit plus?
Mark Poor.
Madam Chair, I do
Make-
not see Mark Poor in queue.
I make a motion to hold for representation.
Permit minus. Okay. Diane, on your motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and myself, I.
Why don't we make that for 9 and 10 since they're both permit plus?
Okay, could you make that for 9 and 10?
Yes,
Oh, wait, this was Quidnet?
Yes.
This honestly
Yeah.
is so easy. He's changing the posts on both buildings of the porch.
Oh, right. I saw that too,
Yeah.
from round to square.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but maybe some people haven't looked at it.
I'm good with it. I did.
You looked at it? Okay.
Yeah, totally fine with it.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
real
good with
simple.
it too.
Yeah.
Okay, round to square.
Right.
Did somebody make a motion?
Motion
I'll
to
make a motion
approve.
to approve.
Okay, Val, I'll take you Val on that. Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Could we have that amended to square is the new round? I'm an aye.
For both
Mary.
applications.
Gary.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'm gonna get Jesse next on these. Keep him awake. Okay, next. So that's not, that's And that was on both,
Yes, it's the
cottage
same
and-
exact
Yeah,
thing
9
on
and-
both. Yeah.
Okay, do we have
9
to
and
take
10.
another motion on that, Terry? For,
Well, when she made the motion, she kind of said she was doing it for both at the same time.
yeah, I thought
So
so.
that's kind of the way I recorded it.
Okay,
Perfect.
I like that. Okay, 28 North Water Street. EMDA.
Ethan,
Hey,
hello.
that's not it.
This is North Water Street.
Oh, North Water Street? I look at the wrong one.
Oh my God, oh my God. 28 North Water.
I'm
Dormer,
28 North Water Street. Yeah.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
like, I don't know why.
exciting. It's an exciting project.
So do you guys remember we looked at this around Christmas and the HSAB did not meet, so we held it to go before them. And the comment, one of your comments was, if you look at the south elevation, we're reusing the windows. See how they're ganged down there? The 4 windows in that addition. 2 of them. So what I did is I submitted another set of drawings, basically splitting them up. So if you look at the existing south, or is it, I can't even see this thing. You get the 2 windows, we're leaving those alone, not touching them. And we're taking the 2 windows at the rear of the house that you see there by those French doors and putting them. Yeah, and I did a set of drawings and sent it in. So basically it's instead of 4 ganged, it's 2 space and then the existing 2. So that was the change I made, but I don't know where the drawings are.
Oh. Oh, did you submit them to the?
Yeah, right after that meeting, but it still, you had to go before the HSAB for them to.
And did you do something to the 3rd floor dormer? Did you take it off the roof line more?
Yes, I did.
So Holly probably has notes from that.
So,
Yes,
Holly?
Madam Chair.
Okay, good.
You know, I'm looking to see what we have on file, and the plans that Esmeralda is showing right now are dated December 28th. So I can't speak to what was submitted, what was not, but I'll read the comments that HSAB provided from January 10th. Remembering that this is a circa 1768 typical Nantucket within the old historic district. And I will thank Ethan for the historic information that was provided. Thank you, thank you. More people need to notate that. HSAB looked at this January 10th. They said that the south-facing mold windows should be broken into 2 sets of 2. So I'm assuming they reviewed these plans that are before you. Change south door to a 4-light with a lower panel. The shed dormer should slide down the roof further to create more of a separation from the ridge. And I remember vaguely when the commission looked at this previously without HSAB or staff's review really, was that you had mentioned that some of these windows are going to be replaced, but they were specifically Brosco. I would respectfully request of that. Typically, you know, window survey, something, give us that information. And I agree with HSAB with moving that dormer that you're proposing more off the ridge and get it out of a side light, you know, the southern elevation, south elevation or the north elevation. Which one is it? I think it's the north elevation is what you're going to see when you're driving down. Basically towards North Water Street, but coming from the cliff. Also, I agree with the too many ganged windows on the south. So I do believe that these plans that are before the commission right now are the ones that were not reflected in your changes, correct?
Right, these are the
Ethan,
original
can you
plans.
share the screen with the
I'm at
new
home,
one?
I'm at home, I don't have,
Let me
can't do
see.
it.
Okay.
Let's see what we can do. Hold on real quick.
I did put the kick panels under the doors, like you said, I forgot about that too.
When did you email them?
I thought I did it like the day after our meeting, or maybe the 2 days.
Madam
If
Chair,
I-
if I may, I just searched through the whole HDC submissions. I do not see any email with the updated plans.
Okay, then I didn't do it. It was Christmas and New Year's, so.
Okay.
All right, well,
What
yeah.
are the, can I ask, what are the windows? Are they 2/1s or 2/2s?
both.
The windows are existing
Yes.
and they're a mix of both.
God, those 2/2s are ugly.
Yeah.
They are existing in the house.
What's the
Yeah.
age of the house? What's the age of the
17
house?
17 something.
1768.
Oh, they got changed somewhere.
Well, I'm sure that what you've done is appropriate, but.
So I make a motion to hold this and look at it on Thursday so he doesn't have to wait again.
Yeah, let's
Perfect.
get those drawings and look at it on Thursday. Thank you,
Okay.
Val. On your motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
myself, aye.
Okay,
Sweet, thanks.
thanks, Ethan.
Dun, 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 dun. 132 Main Street. Hardscaping. Grady Murtaugh.
Is that Nantucket or Wisconsin?
I think it's town. Because it was some that milestone roof. Do we have a representative?
Madam Chair, I do not see Grady any in queue.
Okay.
Hope for representation.
I think that's a good idea. On Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and myself, I'm an aye. So we skipped over that. Emeritus.
I
22
thought we
Eel
did
Point
this one
Road.
already.
We already did it?
I thought we did, but maybe we held it because he wasn't here, but I thought we did.
Is Matt in the queue?
Madam Chair, I do not see him in the queue.
I didn't see him.
Okay, should we hold this?
Make a hold for representation.
Okay, thank you. Jesse, on Diane's motion to hold.
Aye.
And Stephen.
Aye.
And Val.
Aye.
And Diane.
Aye.
And myself.
I'm going to be representing the next one, Madam Chair.
Okay. For Don Russell and his orchestra?
Yeah.
A while back, the Russells had asked me to help them with this plan, and I wasn't able to, so Mr. Don drew the plan himself, and it evoked a whole lot of conversation with the neighbors. So I took the opportunity this weekend and redrew it, and so this is what we're presenting. This is a second dwelling.
Second dwelling, okay.
They have a house, a main house, a garage apartment, which is the tertiary, and this is now the second dwelling. It's 22'7" in height. And details to match the existing structures. 22 by 22 is the size.
I make a motion to approve.
Oh, but I can't
Madam
remember,
Chair.
was there a letter on this?
There was a letter.
Yes.
Yes.
But those folks I have talked to today, and they're not even going to attend the meeting because they like this plan.
Okay, excellent. Diane, were you just about to okay it?
Yeah. I make
Okay.
a motion to approve it. It fits in perfectly.
Okay, excellent. On the motion, Val.
I can't. I'm presenting.
Oh, I'm sorry. You go. That's ridiculous. Stephen.
Aye.
Jesse.
Aye.
And Carrie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent.
Madam
Done.
Chair,
Yes.
I have just let Matt in the queue, so he's here. Maybe we can go back to 22 Eel Point Road.
He came out of the bar.
I did. Yeah,
Oh,
I just had to
boy.
finish my beer. Sorry.
Okay, I understand that. Hard times.
I apologize. I was watching you on YouTube, but then I think you guys jumped ahead there, so I apologize.
Yeah, we're fast.
Like
I
lightning.
thought we did this one, Matt.
This is just a move off / demo for the existing structure. And I don't think we did. Actually, I'm pretty sure we didn't because we need to. So if I could, Madam Chair, I could just give you a brief summary of what we're doing here.
We're ready.
Yep, so this is just a move off demo. The house was built in '96. So it's not historic. And at the time of our application, we still were working on details, but the house is going to be moved. But we want to get the move demo in place so we can get the permitting started. But we're almost 100% sure that it's going to go to a new home through Housing Nantucket.
Oh,
great.
Awesome.
Well, that's
Yeah.
fun.
We just got to get the paperwork and the new siding and some of the other details. But so anyways.
Well,
Got a new roof and everything.
Yeah, that's great. Somebody's gonna love it. So on did somebody make a motion? Sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve as a move off demo.
Okay, thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
I guess we need everybody. Stephen.
Aye.
Steve, Carrie.
Aye.
Jesse.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that's plenty of people.
Thank you.
Look at those bushes. Look at those.
Yeah, the whatchamacallits, the
Is that wisteria?
yeah.
It's super dense. It's incredible. It actually grows so thick in the summer that
Right.
those two sides of the building are basically, there's a lot of moisture problems. It's incredible how thick they get, but
Maybe they can save them.
yeah, I mean, if somebody wants them,
I want them.
Yeah, well, let me know. Just email me and I'll set it
right.
up because they are dense. They're nice.
Put them around the new wall between me and Jalape's house.
Okay, go
There
back
you
to the
go.
bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
There's no donuts. So Ahern, 9 Hawk Circle.
I believe America is here.
Yeah, she
see
was
her.
here before. Hardscape revision. Mirka?
She did email me and said she had to go pick up her son, but she should be back by now.
We can hold it till she comes back. We
Okay.
can hold all of those. There's
4.
down to Caroline Way. Is she doing Caroline Way? Oh my God. So from 15 to 18, can we hold those until
Make
Mirka
a
comes back?
motion to Abby? hold. Abby,
Yes,
are you
15 to
expecting
18.
her to come back tonight?
She said she had to pick up her daughter or something.
Her son, she had emailed me, so I believe she will be back.
Then
I
you
make
don't
a
need,
motion-
you don't need to make a motion until you're not hearing it tonight. So if she doesn't come back, then yeah, you have to go back and make a motion. But if you make a motion now, you have to reopen it, yada, 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 yada. Just skip over them.
Okay.
Okay.
So Meerbergen,
Present.
14 Union.
Hi.
Hi.
May I share my screen?
Sure.
All right. All right. This is in addition to an existing structure at 14 Union Street. there's a lot of work that's being proposed, so please indulge me the narrative here. See, the east elevation, which is facing rearward, there's an addition, dormer, and some windows and doors. It sounds like a lot, but when you see the drawings, I hope you'll agree that it's all in keeping. There's going to be some window replacements as well as some window repairs, just general upkeep. This building has definitely seen better days. On the survey that the HTC has, there's no date given. Based on the construction, I would say it's late 1700s, early 1800s. There's a photo that from 1900 that shows that the windows were previously 12/12s, but sometime after that they were replaced with 6/6s. We need to put in a new foundation, and I will show you why shortly. And let's see, so this is all the rest of this administrative stuff. Right here is a survey showing that the ridge height is 40 feet. And we will be holding that height. So I know that you sometimes require that for situations like this, especially if we're replacing a foundation. This whole back area it's definitely squishy. So there's been a lot of settling. Here's the survey. So this is 1970 looking east. This is the subject house. There's another photo. And you'll notice that these two buildings don't have roof walks, but they do in the current photos. And that is, yeah. And then on the west side, this is from 1970. There's only one roof walk, but you'll see that there are several roof walks in this area. And I couldn't find any photos showing that any of these buildings had roof walks prior. So most of those were added after 1970. Here's the 1900 photo. You can see there's 12/12s. And there was a window here that we're adding back in that will be a 6/6. You know, these are the old plank frames. Now it's flat cased.
What does that say? What does that say? Cobblestones, Nantucket?
Yeah, cobblestones, Nantucket. So this was Union Street as cobbles in 1900. And here's the whole series of Sanborn maps from 1887 through, but I'll just kind of go through quickly here. But you can see in 1892, there was an addition added to the back of the building that turned it into more of a salt box. And then this kitchen area was added. But other than that, it hasn't changed. So I'm just going to keep scrolling through there. All right, so laser level. This is the benchmark at the front elevation. It's the line is on the 2-inch mark. And then if you go to the back wall, it's -9 inches. So from the front to the back of the building, the foundation, the entire structure leans downhill by 9 inches. Here's the living room, which is a little closer to the front door, and that's 7.5 inches. And again, back mud hall is 9 inches. So it's definitely, there's been some serious settling. All right, so now we're getting into the drawings. These are the as-built floor plans. These are the as-built elevations. On this side is the window survey. And what is going to happen with each of these windows. Mostly because of there's definitely some lead paint in there, but when this building goes up and then comes down onto a level surface, there's a real concern that a lot of the windows will go out a square. So I'd at least like permission to do a like kind replacement. I think that the front wall, I think we should be able to do a repair and restoration, and then there will be a new window here. We haven't gotten to the addition and the new work yet, but I just wanted to give you a good look at what's existing. This is the existing driveway right here. All right, so now we get into the addition. And let's see. Probably should show you what's around this building first. So everybody see that?
Yeah.
All right. So again, this is what's there now. Neighbors have roof walks immediately abutting. This is the view from the spur off of Coffin Street. And then here's a streetscape. This is looking, I'm sure you're very familiar with these buildings. This is 10 Union, 11 Union. You'll see that there are, if you zoom in, you'll have this this little addition bump out, kind of like what we're doing. There's a few buildings here that have 2-story additions, which is what we're proposing. This is the back of the building in question, as we saw earlier. This is looking back up Union Street. So again, you can see that there are roof walks here where in that original photo, there was only one on this west side of the street. Again, all post 1970. 2-story addition on the neighbor. And so forth. Let's see. So just some chimneys that are around town showing corbels, which we're proposing. And also chimney owls on historic structures. All right, and then I don't want to waste your time unless you want me to go through all these windows, but I think you probably get a pretty good idea. I do want to show you the foundation because this is the chimney base right here. You can see that that's pretty compromised. And you can, just looking around, there's like water damage. The mortar has rotted out of a lot of these joints. It's hard to tell, but this wall right here is out of plumb by about 6 inches. And it's definitely falling towards the back of the house.
It's an old house.
It is. It's definitely an old house. And I think that I don't think we're going to be able to just repoint these bricks, which is kind of where I'm going with this.
What's that piece of wood or whatever that's right up about
That's
there?
a stair. That's a ship's ladder.
Okay.
And there's definitely like, in some of the rooms, there's some smoke damage. Again, this was definitely lived in. That'd be.
Okay, could you, sorry, I was just about to tell Diane to wait until you're through, but could I look at that for a second? That's so interesting. What the heck is that?
This is the fireplace base.
But what is all of that? It looks like.
Well, this is a summer kitchen. I don't know what this is. I suspect maybe it was like where bread might have been cooked.
Yeah, it's a bread cooker oven.
Yep.
Well, that is, I hope you're saving all that just for.
Yeah, well, we'd like to do that. We are putting in a new fireplace in a real chimney going up the middle, but again, most of the stuff is, it's lived a good life.
Yeah,
Have
you
you
might
had Penn
want to
Austin
document
get it?
that.
We will.
Have
Okay,
pen?
so, are you finished your presentation?
Almost, let me, yeah, so this is the brick that we're gonna go with on the new chimney and the foundation. So let me get back up to the addition and we'll get into the actual meat and potatoes of the drawings. And thank you very much for let me walk you through that. So these are the elevations.
Okay, I think we're gonna have some questions and some comments on this one.
Yeah. I think HSAB was generally favorable if you'll.
Well, when you said you were going to put in new windows, that I think a lot of ears sort of perked up, but let's hear from HSAB then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have both actually HSAB and staff comments for your consideration. Per the NHL data, it does indicate that this is a late 18th century timber frame 3/4 house. Lancaster actually does indicate that that this is a later variation of a typical Nantucket. So that actually goes to what Brooke was showing with his historic information. On that note, I appreciate the HDC survey, photos, and sandbore maps included in the application. As always, Brooke, thank you. HSAB took a look at this on January 10th. They said that the new roof walks usually aren't allowed unless there is evidence that one existed previously. Right. This was originally a very simple shingled Quakered building. The front should remain shingles, not clapboard. All of the existing windows should be restored and not replaced. Sash should be Essex green instead of black. The skirt boards to the rear should be painted gray. The chimney and foundation mortar grout should be sand colored and not gray. On the south, the A&E windows are unnecessary changes. The existing windows 19 and 21 should remain as is. The new B windows should be the same as height as adjacent windows. North window 26 should remain. The new back porch should have simpler detailing, and the balcony and associated fenestration reduced significantly. A more traditional balustrade rail should be more appropriate. The shed dormer facing east should be located and sized as not to require removing the heavy timber framing. And HSAB does respectfully request any revisions to go back to them for review. My comments are on the same line, so I'll just read them through. Any evidence of a roof walk should be provided, photos, etc. And although the window survey of existing windows indicates they're all post 1900 and not original to the period, they should be restored. They do show an evolution of the structure. I will notate that Clay Lancaster noted that there was no window on that first floor north of the door on that on the facade, but the circa 1900 photo provided in the application shows that it's there. I also will notate in that photograph, it does say that there does indicate that there are 12 over 12 windows. Something to just to notate. The rear L from the circa 1900s, what exactly is being demolished that should be provided and what is being kept, it wasn't clear. Although the HDC does not have internal jurisdiction, the removal of the triple firebox on the first and second floor and the second is kind of a horrible effort to retain any history to this pre-revolutionary structure, understanding with the photographic evidence that there are some structural impurities that maybe getting a look from Penn Austin would be something recommended. The bump out roof pitch should stay the same as the existing 10 over 12. The simplistic stoop, the form, should also be remained. I'm mentioning that stoop that's on the front elevation to the, yes.
You mean the side?
Yes, thank you, side. The proposed is actually too formal. Also the clapboard, I agree with HSAB on that, is definitely too formal for this type of structure. The chimney should not be altered, but rather than restored. Again, going back to, I understand that there's some structural issues, but look at having a professional really look at that, like Penn Austin, if she's available. I know she's a busy lady. And then any new brick that would be provided, and again, if there's going to be a new foundation provided, understanding that this structure, the lot line, or excuse me, the flood zone of, I believe it's AE velocity 9 is on the rear, so that actually makes sense of why you're talking about that the back is soggy, and that's probably has gone towards the foundation kind of failure, if you will. But I would recommend if there's any raising of this, elevating this of the structure with a new foundation, that brick is provided on any elevation that is visible. So no poured concrete that's visible. It should have the retention, obviously, of this type of typical Nantucket home. And any brick that's provided should be a restoration kind. And those are my comments. And again, appreciate all the information that's been provided. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Molly, thank you. So yeah, so here we go. This is an oldie but goodie. Who would like to go first?
I'll go if you want.
Okay. Diane, I see your picture there. Was that Steve too?
Yeah, no, Diane can go. That's fine.
Okay, all right. Diane, what you got?
I have got the thing which I was going to mention in regards to all the roof walks that have been mentioned. It says in our building with Nantucket in mind that an old house requesting a roof walk should show some proof that the roof walk existed earlier. I agree with both Hassab and Holly that the front should be shingled and not clapboard. I think the windows should remain as much as they can. If you have any idea when they were put in, the ones that we showed was 12 over 12s. Now they're 6 over 6s, but that was as people became richer, they changed windows because they were following the way other people felt, which was interesting because the windows on my house did the same thing. The chimney, I think, should be carefully restored. It is a beautiful foundation chimney down in the basement. So interesting. All the parts are still there. And a good bricklayer could do it so it can be taken up through the house. They said the first and second floor need to be rebuilt. It's the amount of fireplaces that you have in the house ages the house beautifully. And they should be, although I know it's not our initial things to do, it is so important. It is a great chimney and it should go up. And I know some people don't like the owls, but they've been there for some length of time. So in working the chimney out, but the chimney should definitely be saved. Could I see just lower than the west? Yeah. The back, the little door on the west of the west elevation should be simpler, I think, because they were simpler, very simple. And the other windows on the lower ones, I guess, are existing because that one in the shed dormer, is that new?
So may I respond to Diane,
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, no, I was asking Brooke. Is
Yep.
that
So on the west elevation, I am going to simplify what's over here. There is actually an existing Victorian one light door in this space. It's covered right now by a board door, but it's like one of those one light with a panel above and 3 panels below. You know, and maybe I can do something similar, but you know, I just
that would be good.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying, I agree with you. It should be good. It just should be a little simpler, don't you think?
Yeah, I'll work on that. And then as far as the back goes, that dormer is new. It's being proposed. And these, these windows are new. They are being proposed right where you see my cursor. And then of
Yeah.
course, this whole addition is new. And this is on piers with a wood skirt because of the flood zone.
I know about the flood zone. Well, that's what I do. I don't know on the whole new part. What I needed to move just up a little bit. I've got the south elevation. This is going to be the east elevation, I guess.
All right.
The east elevation.
Which would you like to see?
The one under the west. Yeah, it is the east. The east may have, to my liking, a few too many windows. I know it looks out on the harbor and you're down there, but I think that there's a lot of fenestration on that east elevation to keep in with the simple house that you start with. And let's go to the other side where you got the painted. I don't, on your 26 window, are you removing that or are you leaving it?
We HSAB would like to keep it. We are proposing to move it because what is going there now is a bathroom with a shower, and this would be in the shower. It's it's possible certainly to do a blind window.
Right. Well, it's something to see in another.
In the next iteration, yeah.
Yeah, and on the number 12 window, there by the door and the stairs, are you taking that out?
Yes, and there'll be a B window that replaces it, moved over to the left.
Yeah, I see that. I just didn't know that. And the other thing that you mentioned was that it was, I don't know, as far as I can see it, when you're on the north elevation to the north, which is the deepest one, that the elevation of the whole house is 34 feet. Does that sound right?
The house itself is
34
from the
right
backyard,
there.
it's 34.6. The surveyor's height is actually at 40 feet, but I think that's based on mean high water or something.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think my thing would be to make a window survey, see what can be repaired, make shingles in the front, get rid of the clapboard, and make a few less windows on the east elevation, and keep the chimney all the way down to the basement. Okay, that would be my request of the night.
Thank you, Diane. Val. Did Val go?
Yeah, no, I
No,
didn't.
no.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
I think all in all, I'm okay with a lot of this. I love that little diamond door. That's the secondary door. It would be great to reuse, and you have one on the back to do that. So you have a little light just to make it simple and keep it, more in keeping. I do think the east is over fenestrated, but I don't know how much of that we'll see, especially the first floor. The middle door on the second floor seems a little bit different. It's just not a typical French door. And I was struggling with the owls in the chimney, but I was just looking at your old pictures, the pictures you provided of houses in the area, and it seems as though there's quite a few that have those. So
yeah,
I'm
I mean,
okay with
it's
that.
not a lot of them. I mean, I definitely was searching, but they are around.
Yeah. All in all, I'm okay. My biggest question, I guess, would be, and this is just a question for my colleagues and Holly and whoever. We go round and round about replacing entire foundations and what that does to the integrity of a house. In some instances, we allow it, and in some we don't. And I want to know what anybody has to say about that. And then another question, and this would be for Brooke. We have in the past, or I have had in the past, to keep like what's facing the street, and it gets shored up on the inside with a new concrete wall, so that in one case it was rubble. The foundation stays there. And I wondered if anybody had any opinions on that. But I think all in all, it's pretty well in keeping. And I would change the clapboard, yes, and keep it simple shingle.
Yeah. Thank you, Val. Very good.
Can
So-
Holly answer that question for me, or do you want to wait?
I can.
Okay.
I mean, it all boils down to a couple of things. So resilient Nantucket, your design guidelines that you adopted for flooding adaptation. That's not just for dealing with elevated structures. That's also wanting to utilize existing basements to handle for wet flood proofing or dry flood proofing, whatever the case is, to accommodate our FEMA flood standards. So there's that. There's also the combination of, if you're going to be completely replacing a foundation because of FEMA flood, that's why I don't like that. I mean, that's why we have design guidelines that follow the National Park Service standards. You could be going on a slippery slope and essentially relinquishing, I guess is a good word, of your historic structure status. And this being a fairly significant, typical Nantucket, that's something I wouldn't want to look too highly of. So you've got features in that basement that you want to retain. Again, I think it would be having somebody looking at that foundation more than what Brooke has provided, on what the structural integrity is and what are you going to be utilizing it for. Are you going to be putting are they going to have HVAC in here? I'd assume they're probably going to. Or are you going to put mechanicals and all that kind of stuff in there? Obviously, those type of things are going to need to be elevated within the structure. In the basement, I would assume. There's all these different things that come into play. So it's a very good question, and I would want to know, elevated wise, are you going to be creating a basement that's going to change the elevation height? I wouldn't hope so. It's already, a couple of, a foot and a half maybe off the grade of the road. There's all those things to consider. Also, structures of this nature could also, the owner could apply for historic tax credits. There's all these different things that the owner, everybody involved, don't want to shoot themselves in the foot. So I just said a lot, but there's also a lot of questions too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Holly. Yeah, a lot to consider. I'd like to hear from Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Can we zoom? Yeah. So I think I'm just going to go top to bottom, left to right. I'm okay with the roof walk. I think that different parts of the guidelines indicate different information about roof walks. The comment about the roof walk is contingent upon it being skirtless. I think a skirted roof walk would be inappropriate. Kind of in contradiction to that, I don't have an issue with the clapboard. More so if documentation can be provided that at some point in time clapboard was utilized, and maybe they had the money, they upgraded to the 6/6, and they didn't splurge on new clapboard, so they put on shingles. I mean, these are monetary considerations that people make over time, just like people today. So necessarily because it's shingle today doesn't mean to me it needs to be shingle forever. With respect to the window changes, I think, and this is going to go for the foundation too, it needs to be clearly documented with a full window survey. I'm not going to suggest anyone in particular, although I do have no issue with who was mentioned. I think does a wonderful job. But I think we as the HDC members need to be careful not to be directing towards any particular individual. But I do think documentation and a full window survey on the HDC's window survey form is not only appropriate but required. And I appreciate all the documentation that's been provided to date. Along those lines, just going to the foundation, if we're going to change out a foundation, I believe that it needs to be based upon a structural requirement. This to me teeters on, you know, we have, depending on who's an interested neighbor or not, we have people come in and we literally spend, you know, man hours talking about this on a particular home, having a new foundation versus not. And personally, I believe that if it's a matter of structural integrity, either with respect to the house or the foundation, that the foundation should not be touched. Water staining is one thing, but literally an undermined foundation or a foundation that doesn't have structural integrity because of the masonry itself is another. On the window fenestration changes, I don't have an issue with any of those. I think, you know, these homes were laid out in a certain way. They were never, except for the 3-bay, 4-bay, 5-bay fronts, they weren't necessarily symmetrical. So this is just an adaptation over time, which I don't have a concern about. On the new addition, obviously a new foundation is fine. Floodplain related matters need to be addressed. So I have no concerns with that. I do think the east is over fenestrated. And I think the last thing I would say is if this does go the way of having the chimneys replaced, we would want to take a closer look at I believe there were 3 options provided for the veneer. And if the foundation is replaced, I think, again, they were the same 3 options, and we would want to make a declarative determination on which of the 3 would be used. And lastly, 2 things. One, I don't think the PVC downspouts are appropriate in this particular location, though interestingly enough, I do think a test case is in order someplace. And if we, the HTC, can't determine that they're PVC from the street, then we shouldn't be batting an eyelash at them. They're conserving a lot of wood sources. And lastly, through you, Madam Chair, rhetorical question for Brooke. Brooke, did you go to the same HSAB meeting that the HSAB went to on this house? That's it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I did. I'm actually on it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody's gone. Carrie, did you go? Are you there, Carrie?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was just playing with the buttons and was muted and whatever. I don't have much to add, except I do think on the main historical mass, the windows should stay where they are and be restored as able or as whatever. Yeah, able. But I'm still confused about if you're trying to replace the foundation or not. I didn't quite understand that because I'm so concerned about that chimney mast down there. It's such a huge historic feature and there's not that many of them left. And I think it's something that the homeowner could learn to incredibly appreciate if he could access it and, you know, be able to be down there. So obviously the foundation has a lot to do with the building, but are you replacing the whole thing, Brooke, or how are
yeah, that whole area down there it's settling, as I pointed out with the lasers,
Right.
front to back, and you know the brick is definitely it's done. It's almost like powder post.
What are
you
trying to do though to it? Because I don't understand that. Are you?
Yeah, we're gonna replace it and then do a brick veneer. You know,
And then what about that chimney mast down there? Is that going
The
away?
chimney mast, we would like to keep it. I talked to my client about it, and she's certainly amenable. I don't think she's disagreeable about any of the things that have been discussed tonight, but we do sort of have to work around budgetary concerns, obviously. But I think that compared to some of the people out there that buy these old homes, I think she's probably a better one to be an owner going forward. So,
Okay. I think any visible foundation, as Holly said, should be as much reused brick on site as possible.
Yeah.
The rear elevation, I kind of find it interesting. You showed us a photograph of it, and you said, I think it's the view from Coffin Street, correct?
well, if you go, let me see if I can find the locus map here.
It seemed like a lot of that elevation is visible from a photograph you took. And
Yeah, the upper half is definitely visible.
Was
Well,
it the little tail end, dead end that Joe Paul's house backed onto?
Yes.
Probably, yeah. So the photo you showed us gave a big old view of it. And my concern on that elevation, if you don't mind going to it, obviously the fenestration is a lot, but it's also a little random. There's an 8/8, there's 6/6, there's 3 ganged windows. Yeah, that's quite an extensive view of that. And it's, as it is now, it's very simple. There's not a lot of windows at all. The addition is quite large, so I would just hope that the fenestration could be simplified and cleaned up so it's not so random and chaotic. You've got a number of different types of windows. And then the dormer, to me, is out of place altogether, but it might not be that visible with the addition on it. That's all I got.
Thank you, Carrie.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I just wanted to ask through you to Brooke. I noticed on the application now that Carrie was bringing up more of that of the foundation, you're showing the existing floor plan of the basement as is, but there's no proposed. So that's kind of where the unclarity, if you will, of what the intention is of the basement. So it would be nice to have that proposal. Are you guys going to be keeping the same, internal space down there? Or are you actually increasing the wall?
Oh, yeah. In terms of the use, which, it can't be anything other than a storage area per se. There's enough room down there to have elevated mechanicals. But beyond that, it's really just about making this a lot, just watertight so the house can live a little longer.
Okay, and basically on further on that, obviously having a basement plan would be imperative, and B, utilizing that same use of being utility and storage would actually make more sense, and then maybe more of that foundation could be retained and saved. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Or something on the inside of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you, Holly. So could I see the old drawing, the as before you? Yeah, so that little bump out on the left, for starters, I think that's a little more in keeping with the size of this house, that when you rebuild that, we go down to the new west. Yeah, there it is. So I think coming out that far is really taking away from the original historic mass. I think if you bring it back to that that post you have at the new back door, I think that would be more in keeping. It just looks like you've bumped it out too much. As far as the foundation is concerned, I wonder if you want to put it on, get Toscana to lift it and redo the foundation as you see fit, because I think, and you may not even move the house. I would put it on those whatever those pilings are, and not move it up or down, but really, if you wanted to replace areas that were worse than others, I mean, I think take a really good look at the foundation before you, tear it.
Before a
apart.
wholesale repair.
Yeah, yeah, and I've never seen ovens like that in a chimney in the basement. So I think that's so cool, and something that would, if she comes to realize how neat that is, she'll bring her friends down there and say, look what we have. I mean, that's pretty cool. Is that the original surround to the front door?
It is.
It is. Okay, that's
I've not changed any of that stuff.
If you can
The only thing
prove-
that's new that I didn't cloud is I put that window back in, and that was,
if you can prove
You
that-
mentioned it though.
yeah.
Yeah, so Brooke, I want you to come over to my house. It's 1790 and it has a lot of the same things. I've got, we had to deal with the basement. We sort of did it by hand and went underneath, and we made a big hole in it and sort of dug it out and had this whole thing going on. It would be, I think it would be fun for you to see the basement and what we did here. I'm off by 6 inches as well. If you put a marble at the front door, it goes all the way to the back, about 6 miles an hour. So, I think simplifying the back for sure. I think the chimney is such a nice, massive chimney. That it's got at least 4 flues going up there. Everybody, what are the colors again that you're proposing?
I think, yeah, well, if everybody's not for clabbered, then I think we have to explore a new color program anyway.
What did you propose if it was
Oh,
clabbered?
I think it was
Black.
No, not for the clabbered.
Oh, for the windows.
No.
Yeah, so I had white clabbered,
black.
black sash, the,
White trim.
yeah,
Keeps the historic.
and the doors were red.
No, but mahogany, not just sidewall. It doesn't, clabbered white, okay.
Yeah.
I see, okay, so you were going sort of traditional,
Yeah,
like the ones up on Orange Street.
but
Okay,
we could
well,
do an Essex green sash instead of black too.
We're waning here.
I
Yeah,
don't think it should be.
I think I've got my marching orders.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in as well, because I think it's a very exciting project. And so do I hear a motion for revisions?
I
make a
Madam
motion to
Chair,
hold for revisions.
I'd like to add to that if I can, Diane. If
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
foundation's going to, if the foundation's going to be proposed to be removed, I think we need to get documentation of the basis for that.
Do we have a historic?
Well, I think that goes could I just say, I think if we ask for revisions, that should include everything that's been mentioned tonight. And Brooke surely knows what the concerns are.
I certainly
and
don't
trying to
disagree with
name
Diane on that
everything.
point. But that my experience is that's not what happens unless we ask specifically.
Well,
Nothing
I
against
think-
Brooke.
Brooke, do you understand that? You're
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
find out.
yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair and HSAB on the motion.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's making the motion here? Is
Diane, I think.
Diane? Okay, on your motion.
I made.
HSAB. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. So.
Yeah, everything goes back to ASAP.
All right, very good. So on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
myself.
I'm an aye.
And Diane on your motion.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Aye.
I know we have about 10 more minutes till the 9 o'clock hour, but Merica is back. If
Okay,
you would be so inclined to allow her to have
absolutely.
hers.
Yeah, so 9 Hawk Circle.
Good evening. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I had to pick up my child from ice rink, so I apologize.
Ice skating?
Hockey. Lucky me.
Hockey, fun.
Anyhow, thank you very much for letting me jump in. So this application is just for the revisions. The pool is approved. It was approved. There are copy of initial approval with the pool, with the patio surrounding. Client would like to change it to the deck surround, and then as a part of the landscape, I am adding the detail to the driveway aprons and the detail for the landscape itself. So the bar jump boat apron for a driveway entry, the shell driveways, and then the deck surround around the already approved pool. Plus, we would like to add the spa, which would be right behind, within the courtyard of the, or courtyard, rather say the side wings of the building at the grade, so it would not be visible at all. And if you might be familiar with this property, there initially was the pool, which is replaced, but there was this thick privet which we salvaged, and it will be planted back. Plus, I'm adding more layered landscape to really create the backyard as a private sanctuary and enhance the pool screening.
Oh, very good.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I do have Sconset advisory comments for your consideration.
thank you.
They looked at this on the 10th of January. Their concerns are the depth of the Belgian block apron at the north end should be reduced to match the block apron at the south end of the property. They were also wondering if the spot is at grade or elevated. I guess it wasn't clear. And screening should be not visible at the time of inspection and in perpetuity, as the caveat that you always put on your approvals. I just wanted to mention that I'm not privy to whether or not this property received a second curb cut approval from the planning board when the guest home was originally submitted, because I don't remember that in the HTC's review, but I know Merica can probably speak to that.
I've been, just to clarify, I've been told by the architects team that yes, it's been approved.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Mirka, so the spa's new, deck at grade, bluestone pavers, deck at grade.
And shell driveway.
Okay, so it's pretty simple. Would anybody like to go first?
I have a question.
Okay.
Is there any pictures of what's there? Or is this all brand new?
So it was, Holly, maybe you might be able to zoom it to GIS. Was hired when they already did the site demo. There was, the site itself is redeveloped. It's a new buildings, new pool. The all existing part is the thick privet which was surrounding the property at the time. But I'm not sure what you're asking, Val, but if you're asking for the structures, they're all new proposed, under construction at the time. Main house and the guest house are already up.
If I may, Madam Chair, through you, this was that property that came before you probably about a year and a half ago for a demo move of this house that was built in the 1990s and you know.
And they moved it over to Cannonberry?
Exactly. They moved
Okay,
it around
the only
corner.
reason I'm asking is because in place structures, even if it's just the structures, it's helpful to see what will be seen and what won't. That's the reason I'm asking, but I mean, I'm fine with it. I just thought that would have been helpful.
And that was my question, why about the driveway? Because if you see on this plan, it's not shown right there at the guest house, yet you all have already approved the guest house. So that was my reasoning. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? How about comments? Does anybody disapprove of what Mirka's doing here? Diane, what's your feeling?
Then it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, okay, this is our last one, by the way. I
Okay.
don't know if people are in queues or, but, so time to go to bed. Gosh.
This is
The
my
courtyard,
third
oh, go ahead.
What was that?
This is my third meeting in this one day CPC,
Okay.
Hashab, and
Okay,
now.
You take a break and we'll go to, Carrie.
Yeah,
I
ask
think-
somebody.
I think with the perimeter hedge that exists and will be reinstated after construction, I don't think much of this is visible, and I think Mirka will landscape it beautifully. And to me, the only thing that's questionable is the spa, and that's at grade between decks. So I don't think that's a big deal either. And I don't think I think it's fine to go to deck instead of patio as well. So I'm good with this.
What about the concern about all the Belgian block at the 8?
Yeah, that's huge. And the ginormous parking area, but it's off the road, I guess.
And there's those hedges, I think, oh, aren't those hedges extending along the driveway?
Yes, that's correct. Really like narrow of the view of the
Yeah,
back.
I mean, you'll see the parking court from, going by, but it's not, it is trying to be mitigated with all that hedge. The
Little
Belgian
snake.
block, what? Was that an HSAB request to reduce the Belgian block or have something different? I
Well,
missed.
it's like the apron is 30 feet long or something.
It does not conform to the zoning bylaw. I can tell you that. It has a minimum of 10 feet depth.
It's-
So,
I was gonna
So it's
say,
conf-
it's supposed to be 10 feet.
yes, section
And-
139 dash or 0.02, I forgot. But of the zoning bylaw, and that's what they were referring to, is how big that apron is. I just also wanted to point out too, this is a little odd, or to quote Val, your anomaly, the apron in front of the garage. It's flanking the parking court. So just something that's a little different. That's all.
Go down there and can you scroll down to show us what you're looking at?
Yeah, I think the problem
Where
is
it's a new,
it's so small. It's hard to read the writing. We can't see what's. So
Yeah, it would be helpful for things to be bubbled instead of just labeled as well. But
and do we have knowledge that they have been given the second cut, the second curb cut?
Yes, Diane, I've been told that it was approved.
So that would probably predicate what size the flare and all that can be, because the flare is rather wide too, right? Holly?
And you correct,
Right.
Val, yes, it is,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Any approval would have to follow the planning board's specifications for their second driveway curb cut from the zoning.
Right.
bylaw.
and
Do we have
if-
to have such a big, this is a guest house. Do we have to have such a big parking space for the cars? It looks like it's, like a movie theater space. It's too bad to have such big spaces on the same property going up Park Circle, don't you
that's a good point.
think?
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lot of parking.
I can reduce to 2 cars if make it narrower, and I can definitely reduce the apron to 15. I believe Holly is right, the maximum. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so let me go down the line here. Jesse, are you there? By chance?
No, and Steven's not, he had to go.
Okay, so could we just make some concise comments here? So Val, you make some concise comments.
I think that the aprons should conform to the parking or the driveway regulations. It would be nice to see a reduction in some of the parking. I guess we're told we're not going to see it because of the hedge. It is quite a bit, but I don't know what we're going to see. I'm guessing we're not going to see a whole lot of anything except for the solar panels, which will come in later.
Yeah, that's good.
So I think it's okay if she makes it conform to what it needs to conform to.
Okay, so reduce parking, reduce apron. Diane, some concise comments.
Well, that was my concisest
Okay,
comment,
that
was the
concisest.
park should be reduced down to a normal size. Okay?
Okay, Carrie, did you want to make one more swing at this?
No, I agree with the others. I think now that I see it more clearly and understand the concerns, I agree with them.
Could I see the first parking lot, the one above? Could we scroll just a tiny bit there? Okay, so, yeah, I'll reduce the apron. Yes, go ahead.
The whole thing is like, I don't know what the setback is. I'm assuming it's like 30 or 20 or something, is all Belgian block till you get to the shell, which is sort of a little bit different. Would it be better to just have the apron that's the proper size be Belgian and then the rest of it all be shell?
Yeah, like a driveway instead of a.
Yeah.
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 And is there any way you could make that a little bit, I mean, that looks like, it looks
5
like
cars.
a parking lot for like a little deli.
It's 5 cars.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. What is going on?
I'm happy to reduce parking. If that something could be done through the staff approval, I'm happy to reduce the aprons to the proper size, 15 of the width with the depth of 10 feet. Expand the shell driveway and reduce to 4-car parking at the main and 2-car at the guest house. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, well, I think you're going in the right direction, but then further, if you look down the driveway, cross the parking to the
second driveway.
I mean, you're looking right, you have a straight shot. I don't even know what that says. What does that say after
apron?
the but what after that, going further into the?
It's apron, then
Garage?
it says
Garage.
3-car parking.
2, yeah.
Okay, and then there's a garage. Okay, nobody wants to use a lawnmower. What is going on? So I think I would want I would like to see this come back. I don't think I think.
I would make a motion for revisions with reapplying the parking spaces and the apron going into them.
Okay, thank you. Val, on that motion.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, revisit. And Carrie.
Aye.
And I think it's just me. I think it's just a 4-person. Or Jesse's gone, Steve's gone. Okay, so
Ray's gone.
It's up, girl.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, America.
Is it, if I may ask, could I have rest of the application hold for next Tuesday? Unfortunately, I will be traveling on Thursday, so I'm not able to attend to follow up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Can someone make that motion?
We'll add it to the most.
Okay. So that would be, what's the next one down? 12B Oak Hollow, 24 Bassett, and 1 Caroline Way to Tuesday, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How
Have a nice evening.
about?
I
What's that?
appreciate it. Have a nice evening. Thank you very
You
much.
too. You too. Enjoy your hockey player.
Oh, boy. Yeah, we have a
It's
hockey tournament this weekend, so it's exciting.
That's great.
I'm glad they're letting him go.
I know, I was thinking till last minute that they might cancel, but so far we are on the boat. It's booked, the hotel confirmed. We are
Wow.
going.
Good.
That's terrific.
Thank you.
So good luck with that. And do we have any minutes to
Yes,
do?
Madam Chair, we do.
Okay, let's approve some minutes.
The December 23rd, 28th, 30th, and then January 4th and 6th.
Holy smoke. Do I hear a
Right, Carrie?
motion?
I make to approve all 5 minutes.
Okay, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
myself, aye. Okay, so that
Diane.
Diane.
And I,
And
Aye.
an eye for an eye. What about that other thing we love to hear? Oh, God.
Let's adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, Val.
Aye.
On Val's motion, yeah, I did, you can go. Diane. Carrie.
I.
Aye.
Okay, night, night, you guys.
Night, everybody.
Thank you, Ab.
Thank you.
I'll see Liz tomorrow.
Isn't that funny? A small world. Night, night.